Welcome to English Grammar Launch. Thanks for joining me on this course. Here's just a little introduction so you know what to expect and how to get the best out of this course. So here's a basic structure of each section. We're going to learn to understand first. In this part, you will learn the meaning of the target English structure. In the second part of each section, you will learn the things to note. These things are other important things related to the target structure, so you will refine your understanding. And finally, you will master the English. You will practice the English through speaking and listening exercises. So try and go through each section so that you really start to master the English. You don't just understand it, but you master it. You train your brain to absorb the English so that you can use it naturally. That's the key. Now, each section also has MP3s for you to download. I suggest you download these and listen to them as much as you can. Not just once or twice. Listen many, many times, because each MP3 targets a particular grammar structure. So when you listen to the MP3 again and again and again, you'll train your brain to absorb the grammar. And this will really help you in both listening and speaking when using the target structure. There are also PDFs of the MP3 so that you can read what you listen to. So I suggest you download all the materials available to you. Let's get started with this course. The target structure for this lecture is had better. So first of all, let's look at the example sentence and the meaning for had better. Look at this example. Your sickness is getting worse. We had better go to the doctor today. So what's the meaning of had better in this example? Had better means that you should do something. If you don't do this thing, there will be a problem or danger in the future. Had better is very similar to should. We use should to give advice to people. Okay, to say what we think someone else should do. So, I think you should buy this dress because it looks pretty. However, had better is different to should, because if we give someone advice using had better, if they don't follow the advice, there will be a problem or danger. Do you understand? So that's the difference. Should is for general advice. If I say to my friend, you should try this chocolate bar. It's delicious. If he doesn't follow this advice, there's no problem or danger. It just means he doesn't eat the chocolate bar. But if I say to someone, your sickness is getting worse. You had better visit the doctor. In this case, had better means if you don't follow this, there is a problem or danger that could happen. So if you don't go to the doctor, what is the problem or danger that could occur? The sickness could get worse. They might develop another illness, and they could, God forbid, die. So there are many problems or dangers if you don't go to the doctor when you have a sickness. Now, the problem or danger doesn't always have to be very, very serious. like death or sickness. Another example I'll give you is this one. Imagine there's a very, very busy Italian restaurant that I want to visit. I say to my friend, let's visit the Italian restaurant. However, it's very, very busy, so we had better book a table in advance. So why did I use had better? Because there's a problem or danger that might happen if we don't book the table. Now, the problem is quite small. It just means we won't be able to eat at the restaurant if we don't book in advance. But a small problem is okay. We can still use had better in this situation. So, let's move on to the structure of this grammar. So the structure for had better in the positive is simply had better plus a basic verb like walk, see, or go. So the example sentence that you can see below reads, we had better leave now. Otherwise, we will be late. So you can see had better plus leave. Leave is the basic verb. Now look at the negative structure for had better. The negative structure is had better plus not plus a basic verb. So the example says, you had better not be late for work. There is an important meeting today. So you can see the structure, it's highlighted in bold, had better plus not plus be, which is the basic verb. And finally, the question structure. This is quite rare. We don't often use had better in a question form, but we sometimes use it. So here is the structure. Structure for had better in the question form is hadn't plus I, he, she, etc. So you can put a pronoun here or a name of a person, plus better plus a basic verb. So the question below says, hadn't we better drive? It's quite far to walk. Let me highlight one thing about the question form for had better. It's usually used as a negative. So you saw the structure hadn't plus pronoun or name plus better. So hadn't we better drive? Now, the negative actually means positive. It's strange, but this is the way English works sometimes. English is a strange language. So if I say to my friend, it's very, very cold outside, hadn't we better drive to work? I've used the negative, hadn't we better drive? But I'm saying, I think it's a good idea to drive. I'm not saying, I don't think we should drive. I'm saying, we should drive. So just remember that. If we use had better in the question, it's usually negative, but the negative means positive. It means, I think we should do this. Let me give you another example to make it clearer for you. If I see some children playing on a busy street, which is very, very dangerous, I can say to those children, hadn't you better go to the park? It's much safer. So I used the negative, hadn't you better go to the park? But this negative means you should go to the park. I think it's a good idea. If you don't follow this advice, there will be some dangerous situation or problem that could occur. So let's move on to the next lecture. See you there. So now that you understand the meaning of had better and the structure of had better, your level of understanding should have risen. Now we're going to look at some things you need to note. Just some other things about the structure that are important to know. So let's look at the first thing that we should note. Had better is usually contracted in spoken English to I'd better, you'd better, she'd better, etc. So contracted means to make shorter. So instead of saying I had better go to the doctor, we contract I and had to become I'd. I'd better go to the doctor. Or I can say, you had better go to the doctor. Usually in spoken English, this will be contracted to you'd better go to the doctor. So we contract the subject and had, especially when it's a pronoun like I, he, she. But we can also use it for names. So if I say, imagine my friend John or Anthony. Let's say Anthony, which is my name. If I say Anthony had better visit his parents because he hasn't seen them for a long time. Anthony had better visit his parents. I can say Anthony'd better. Can you hear that? Anthony'd better. So I'm contracting Anthony and had to become Anthony'd. Anthony'd better visit his parents. So we can even contract names. This is quite common, especially in spoken English. Let's look at the second thing to note. As I mentioned in the first lecture, had better is similar to should, but not exactly the same. Use had better for saying, this is a good thing to do now. And use should to say, this is a good thing to do in general. So look at these two example sentences. It's going to rain soon. We had better take an umbrella. So this is a good thing to do right now in this particular situation. It's happening in this moment. But look at the second example. When it rains, you should always take an umbrella. Now this is not talking about a particular situation right now. This means it's a good thing to do in general. You should always do it whenever it happens. You see? So the first example is a particular situation. The second one is a general thing. Let's look at the third thing that we have to note. Had better is always used to talk about the present or the future. So look at these two examples. Come on, we'd better go now, or else we'll be late. So this is talking about the present. You can see the word now. So we'd better go now. This means in the present, we should go. We should go in this moment. The second example is talking about the future. We haven't seen my parents for months. We'd better visit them tomorrow. So the time word tomorrow indicates it's talking about the future. So this is an important thing to note because had better, even though had is a past tense verb on its own. Had is the past tense of have. But had better is not the past tense at all. It never talks about the past. It's always talking about the present or the future. So don't get confused by the verb had. It's actually nothing to do with the past. Always present or future. Now let's look at the last thing that you have to note. We often use or else, or otherwise to say what will happen if we don't follow the advice. So look at this example. You had better stop eating junk food every day, or you will get fat. You can also say, or else you will get fat, or otherwise you will get fat. So they're trying to say, if you don't follow my advice, this will happen. So this is a really important thing to note, because using these words can extend your sentences when using had better. So use or else, or otherwise to say what would happen if you don't follow this advice. Let me give you one more example just to make everything clear. Imagine there's a new movie coming out next week, and I say to my friend, we'd better book a ticket early. Otherwise, we won't get a seat. You see? So the bad thing that might happen is we won't get a seat. So I used otherwise. I could also use or else. So we'd better book a ticket early, or else we won't get a seat. The meaning is the same. So use these words to extend your sentences when using had better. Speaking practice for had better. Listen to the sentence, then pause the video and repeat after me. Think about the structure we studied and train your brain to master had better. Let's get started. It's going to be very hot and sunny later. We'd better bring some sun cream and our sun hats. You'd better set 2 alarms, otherwise you won't wake up early tomorrow. Who else shall we invite to the wedding? We'd better invite Aunt Joan, otherwise she will be really upset. The new Marvel movie is released tomorrow. I'd better book the tickets now, otherwise we won't get a seat at the cinema. My toothache is getting worse and worse every day. I'd better book a dentist appointment as soon as possible. You'd better eat a large breakfast. You need lots of energy for your performance today. Hadn't you better call your mother? You promised you would call her today. You'd better close the windows and lock the door when you leave the house. Everyone is tired after the long journey. We'd better stay in today and relax. Sam had better not borrow my car without asking again. Otherwise, I'll be really angry. Ken is extremely busy in there. You'd better not disturb him for a while. You haven't paid the house rent for last month. You had better pay soon, otherwise the landlord will be annoyed. The new Turkish restaurant is so popular. We'd better book a table early. George, your classwork and homework are not good enough. You'd better try harder, otherwise you won't get into university. This meat looks bad. We'd better not eat it. Your car is absolutely filthy. You'd better clean it before you pick up Uncle Lee. The computer keeps crashing and deleting all my work. We'd better get it fixed. We haven't seen your parents for a few months. We'd better visit them soon. Listening practice for had better. Listen to me say the sentence, then pause the video and write down what you hear. Press play to see the text on the screen and check your answer. Train your brain to master had better. Let's get started. My eyesight is getting worse and worse. I'd better get my eyes checked and buy some new glasses. My eyesight is getting worse and worse. I'd better get my eyes checked and buy some new glasses. Leela is really angry with you. You'd better hide. Leela is really angry with you. You'd better hide. Hadn't we better put a bigger lock on this door? I'm worried about thieves in the area. Hadn't we better put a bigger lock on this door? I'm worried about thieves in the area. This president has promised so much for the people of the country. He'd better not break his promises, or else there will be huge public anger. This president has promised so much for the people of the country. He'd better not break his promises, or else there will be huge public anger. This movie is so boring. It had better finish soon. Otherwise, I'll just walk out before the end. This movie is so boring. It had better finish soon. Otherwise, I'll just walk out before the end. I'd better throw this broken ladder away. Otherwise, someone will get hurt. I'd better throw this broken ladder away. Otherwise, someone will get hurt. Mike had better pick up that broken glass. It's dangerous with these kids running around. Mike had better pick up that broken glass. It's dangerous with these kids running around. I'd better start cooking now. The guests will arrive in 2 hours. I'd better start cooking now. The guests will arrive in 2 hours. Michael, you are rushing your classwork. You'd better slow down, otherwise you'll make lots of mistakes. Michael, you are rushing your classwork. You'd better slow down, otherwise you'll make lots of mistakes. Sorry, Paul, but we'd better not buy the new car you want. It's too expensive for us now. Sorry, Paul, but we'd better not buy the new car you want. It's too expensive for us now. You'd better not sit too close to me. I have a cold and I don't want you to catch it. You'd better not sit too close to me. I have a cold and I don't want you to catch it. Your novel is fantastic, but you'd better rewrite this chapter because it's not exciting enough. Your novel is fantastic, but you'd better rewrite this chapter because it's not exciting enough. The target structures for this lecture are enough and to. So let's look at the example sentence for the first structure. Enough. Here's the example sentence. I'm 18 years old now. I am old enough to drive. So what does old enough mean in this sentence? The words in bold indicate that the person is the necessary age to drive. It means the person is the age needed to drive. Now let's move on to the meaning of to. Here's the example sentence. John, you need to slow down. You are driving too fast. So what do the words too fast mean? The words in bold indicate that John is driving faster than is needed or necessary. He needs to slow down. So enough and to are related because they talk about a quantity of something. So in the first example sentence, the quantity was about age, how many years someone has lived. So if I say, I'm old enough to go out on my own, this means I have the necessary years in my life to go out alone. I'm 18, 19, 20. I'm old enough. To also talks about a quantity or an amount of something. So in the example sentence we saw, the person was driving too fast. The speed that he was driving was more than necessary or was needed. He should slow down. You see? So it's usually talking about quantity of something. Enough means it's good, it's sufficient. To usually means more than sufficient, more than enough. Let's look at the structure for these two words. The structure for enough is like this. We use an adjective or an adverb plus enough. Let's look at the first example. I think I am strong enough to lift this on my own. So that's an adjective plus enough. And the second example, the zebra ran quickly enough to escape from the lion. This is an adverb plus enough. There is a second structure that we can use for enough, and it is enough plus noun. So I can say, I have enough money to buy the car I like. So you can see enough plus the noun money. It means I have a sufficient amount of money to buy the car I like. Now the structure for to. To is usually used with an adjective. So to plus an adjective. The example is, this car is too old. Let's buy another one. So the car is older than is necessary. It's older than I like. So I don't want it. I want a newer car. So I hope the meaning and the structure is clear for you now. Let's move on to the things we need to note for enough and to. See you in the next lecture. So let's look at the things we need to note when using enough and to. Let's bring your understanding of these structures to the next level. Let's look at the first thing. So I'd like you to compare enough and to, just so that the meaning is even clearer for you. So first of all, enough. This bed is big enough. What does it mean? It means it is a good size for me. That's what I'm trying to say. This bed is big enough. It's a good size for me. It's perfect. Let's use the negative form now. This bed is not big enough. What does this mean? I'm trying to say it needs to be bigger. It's not sufficient for me. Because I'm big, the bed is small, it's not big enough. Now let's use too. This bed is too big. This means it needs to be smaller. It's too big for me. It's more than is necessary. So it needs to be smaller. So that's a comparison of enough and to, just so that you can understand them better. Let's move on to the second thing that we should note. We can use enough without a noun if we mention the noun before, or if we know what the person is talking about. So one of the structures, remember, is enough plus noun. But if we know what the noun is, we can leave it out. So look at this example of Jane and Paul talking to each other. Jane says, I'm going to buy some more wine for the guests. Paul replies, no, we have enough. So here he's just used enough because he's just trying to say we have enough wine. Jane mentioned wine, so Paul doesn't have to repeat it. You can mention wine if you like. Paul could say, no, we have enough wine, but it's not necessary. We can delete it if we wish, if the meaning is clear. let's look at the next thing we should note for these two structures. We can use much and many with to. Much is for uncountable nouns. Many is for countable nouns. Look at these examples. I ate too much ice cream today. I feel really sick now. So here I've used much to mean the quantity was a lot. And ice cream is an uncountable noun. We cannot count it. So we should use much. The second example, there were too many people at the beach today. We couldn't sit down anywhere. So here I've used many because people is a countable noun. We can say 2 people, 3 people, 4 people. That means it's countable. So use many. Here's the next thing that we have to note. Very often we use for somebody or for something, which is a noun, with enough and to. So look at this example using enough. Our school doesn't have enough space for the children. So for is talking about who the problem affects. It affects the children. Second example, we're using to. That t-shirt is too big for you. Who does the problem affect? It affects you. That t-shirt is too big for you. So when using for, it can be omitted. It's not necessary, but it makes the meaning much, much clearer. If I say, our school doesn't have enough space, this means the problem is affecting everyone. But if I want to focus who the problem affects, if I'm thinking about the children, the students, I can say, our school doesn't have enough space for the children. So I'm thinking about the children. It's affecting them more than anyone else. Similarly, if I say, that t-shirt is too big, we probably know who it's affecting. If I'm talking to my friend face to face and he's wearing a t-shirt, I say, that t-shirt's too big. The meaning is clear, but if I say, that t-shirt is too big for you, the meaning is even clearer. It means for your body, for your shape, the t-shirt is too big. Get a smaller one. Let's look at the last thing that we have to note. Very often we use to do something, a verb, with enough and to. Look at this first example. The weather isn't warm enough to have a picnic today. So you're giving the reason why you said the weather isn't warm enough. It isn't warm enough to have a picnic today. Look at the second example. She is too young to drink alcohol. So if I just say she is too young, the person won't know what I'm talking about. Too young for what? Too young to do what? So I say she's too young to drink alcohol. So I hope those things to note have made everything much clearer and developed your understanding of enough and to. Make sure you move on to the practice exercises, the speaking and the listening. And don't forget to download the MP3s. Listen to them as much as you can. This will help you to really understand and master all these grammar structures. See you in the next lecture. Speaking practice for enough and to. Listen to the sentence, Then pause the video and repeat after me. Think about the structure we studied and train your brain to master enough and to. Let's begin. Come on, Robert, you're not working quickly enough. But these questions are too difficult for me. What do you think of the interviewee? I don't think he has enough experience for the job. He's too young. The cake I baked isn't sweet enough. It needs more sugar. The famous author C.S. Lewis famously said, "You are never too old to set another goal or to dream a new dream." Sorry, there aren't enough chairs for everyone to sit down. Sorry, I'm too busy to talk now. Can you call me back later? The piano was too heavy to move, so we call a company to help us. Do we have enough time to visit my parents on the way home? No, it's too late. Let's visit them tomorrow. I need to buy a new suitcase. This one isn't big enough for all my stuff. I'm going to buy some things from the shop. Shall I buy some milk, or do we have enough? This road is too dangerous to play on. Go to the park. But the park is too far away. Do you ever want to run your own business? Definitely not. I'm not patient or determined enough to run a business. James is an excellent student, but his work is too messy. Sometimes it's not clear enough. This curry is too spicy for me to eat. My mouth is on fire. Jane and Emma saw Johnny Depp at the movie premiere, but they couldn't get close enough to take a picture with him. Michael speaks some Spanish, but not enough to have a conversation. How is the food? The pizza is too salty for me. Brazil beat Mexico 4-0. The Brazilian team was too strong for the Mexicans. Listening practice for enough and to. Listen to me say the sentence, then pause the video and write down what you hear. Press play to see the text on the screen and check your answer. Train your brain to master enough and to. Let's get started. How was your trip to Canada? Did you enjoy it? It was amazing. There are so many beautiful places to see. We didn't have enough time to see everything we wanted. How was your trip to Canada? Did you enjoy it? It was amazing. There are so many beautiful places to see. We didn't have enough time to see everything we wanted. This file is too large to put onto my USB drive. I'll have to find another way. This file is too large to put onto my USB drive. I'll have to find another way. What do you think of my painting? It's very good, but it could be better. There's not enough color over here, and this part is too white. What do you think of my painting? It's very good, but it could be better. There's not enough color over here, and this part is too white. Wow, this house is perfect. There is a pool, a large driveway, and enough space for the kids to run around. Wow, this house is perfect. There is a pool, a large driveway, and enough space for the kids to run around. Do you have enough wine, or would you like some more? No, thanks. We have enough. Do you have enough wine, or would you like some more? No, thanks. We have enough. Let's go to the beach this weekend. It's not warm enough to go to the beach. Let's wait until the weather gets warmer. Let's go to the beach this weekend. It's not warm enough to go to the beach. Let's wait until the weather gets warmer. If you're determined enough, you can do anything in life. With enough dedication, anything is possible. If you're determined enough, you can do anything in life. With enough dedication, anything is possible. There are too many cars and too much pollution in this city. I'm thinking about moving to another place. There are too many cars and too much pollution in this city. I'm thinking about moving to another place. Muhammad Ali once said, "He who is not courageous enough to take risks will accomplish nothing in life." Muhammad Ali once said, "He who is not courageous enough to take risks will accomplish nothing in life." I'm really sorry, but I'm too sick to go to work today. No problem. Make sure you get enough rest. I'm really sorry, but I'm too sick to go to work today. No problem. Make sure you get enough rest. I'm going to paint the bedroom today. Is this color bright enough? Oh no, that color is too strong. Let's choose a softer color. I'm going to paint the bedroom today. Is this color bright enough? Oh no, that color is too strong. Let's choose a softer color. Nowadays, phones are small enough to carry around with us, but they weren't always so small. In the 1980s, they were too big to carry easily. Nowadays, phones are small enough to carry around with us, but they weren't always so small. In the 1980s, they were too big to carry easily. The target structures for this lecture are so and such. Okay, let's look at the first structure, so. Have a look at this example sentence. The restaurant was great. The food was so delicious. So what's the meaning of so in this case? The word in bold, so, makes the meaning stronger. The food wasn't just delicious, it was very delicious. Let's move on to the meaning of such. Let's look at a very similar example sentence so you can compare. The restaurant was great. They served such delicious food. So what does such mean? The word in bold, such, makes the meaning stronger, just like so. The food wasn't just delicious, it was very delicious. There we have so and such. The meaning of these two words is the same. They just make the following words stronger. So what's the difference? The difference is in the structure, how we use the words in the sentence, which we'll go over in just 1 minute. But let's go back to the meaning. So the meaning of so and such make words stronger. So instead of just saying, the weather today is beautiful, I can make this meaning stronger. I can say, the weather today is so beautiful. Can you feel the difference? Notice how I pronounce the word as well. So. Don't just say, the weather is so beautiful in a flat tone. Emphasize the word so. The weather is so beautiful. This gives the meaning so much more strength, and it gives it more passion and feeling. The same with such. If I have a really delicious meal at a restaurant, I could say, that was a delicious meal. But if I want to show passion and give more emphasis to the meal, I can say, that was such a delicious meal. Notice the pronunciation again. That was such a delicious meal. Make it stronger. Give it more emphasis and passion. Now let's look at the structure. This is the important difference between so and such. First of all, let's look at so. The structure for so is so plus an adjective or an adverb. So the first example sentence shows an adjective. John is so slow at driving. So you can see we're making the meaning stronger. We're not saying John is just slow. He is so slow at driving. The second example shows an adverb. John drives so slowly. So that's the structure for so. Now let's look at such. Such actually has two structures. Here's the first. Such plus an adjective plus a noun. So this is one of the big differences between so and such. It's a very different structure. So look at this example. It's similar to the one we just looked at. John is such a slow driver. Can you see the structure? So I've used such plus the adjective slow, but in this case we have to use a noun as well. So the noun I used is driver. John is such a slow driver. And the second structure for such is simply such plus a noun. For example, Einstein was such a genius. So here we have such plus the noun genius. So I hope you understand the meaning much better now. The meaning between so and such is actually the same. The difference is in the structure. So just remember that. Now, make sure you move on to the next lecture, the things to note, and don't forget to complete the practice exercises as well, the listening and the speaking. This will train your brain to master the structures. See you in the next lecture. So let's look at the things that we have to note for so and such. Actually, there's just one thing we're going to focus on, one thing that we have to note, but it's very important because it can expand your sentences to make them longer and more interesting and descriptive. So let's look at the thing we have to note. We often use so and such with that to express how we feel or what we are going to do. So look at these examples. The weather is so beautiful that I'm going to have a picnic. So in this example, I used that to say what I'm going to do. Because the weather is so beautiful, I'm going to have a picnic. So that extends the sentence. Look at this next example. It's such a rainy day that I'm going to stay inside. Again, I used that to extend the sentence. I explained what I'm going to do because it's such a rainy day. It's such a rainy day that I'm going to stay inside. Now, you can also leave out that. It's not necessary to use it. So look at these sentences. The meaning is exactly the same as the two we just went through, but we left out the word that. The weather is so beautiful, I'm going to have a picnic. See, I left out the word that, but the meaning is exactly the same. Similarly, with the second sentence, it's such a rainy day, I'm going to stay inside. So this is a very important thing I want you to note. Listen as well to the intonation of the sentence when we use that with so and such. So listen to my intonation with this example sentence. It's such a rainy day that I'm going to stay inside. Can you hear the intonation? It's rising up and then it's falling. It's such a rainy day that I'm going to stay inside. Listen to another example. The weather is so beautiful that I'm going to have a picnic. Can you hear the intonation? The intonation is how the language moves, like music. It goes up and then it goes down. Listen once more. It's such a rainy day, I'm going to stay inside. So the intonation for this structure is also very important. So move on to the next lectures, which are the practice exercises. See you there. Speaking practice for so and such. Listen to the sentence, then pause the video and repeat after me. Think about the structure we studied. Train your brain to master so and such. Let's begin. The iPhone was such an amazing invention. It really changed the world. The food was so bad that we complained to the manager of the restaurant. Nina and I had such a wonderful time in Vietnam. We didn't want to come home. It only took us 10 minutes to get to your house. I didn't realize you lived so close to us. The 9/11 terrorist attacks in New York were such a shock that most people remember exactly what they were doing at the time. Gina, you're such a sweet little girl. Paul is so strong that he can lift me above his head. He's got such big muscles. Oh my God, it's so late. Let's go home now. Mahatma Gandhi was such an inspirational man that he peacefully led his country to independence. Tim just got back from Las Vegas. He lost so much money on gambling that he is worried about telling his wife. London is a great city to live in, but it's so expensive. Usain Bolt sprints so quickly that the other athletes have almost zero chance to win. As a doctor, you can earn so much money, but it's such a stressful job. Our dog died last week. Philip is so sad that he can't stop crying. The neighbors are driving me crazy. Their music is so loud, the walls are starting to shake. Your English is so fluent now. How did you improve so rapidly? Hi, Mike. I'm so sorry, but I'm going to be late. There is such a lot of traffic on the roads today. Kevin, it's so nice to see you again. Hi, Roy. I haven't seen you for such a long time. Listening practice for so and such. Listen to me say the sentence, then pause the video and write down what you hear. Press play to see the text on the screen and check your answer. Train your brain to master so and such. Let's begin. Shakespeare was such a masterful writer that his work is still studied and celebrated today. Shakespeare was such a masterful writer that his work is still studied and celebrated today. The movie was so boring, I fell asleep halfway through. The movie was so boring, I fell asleep halfway through. Russia is such a vast country that it takes days to cross it by car. Russia is such a vast country that it takes days to cross it by car. We went to a Rolling Stones concert last night. They were so energetic and impressive. We went to a Rolling Stones concert last night. They were so energetic and impressive. The roads were so icy and so dangerous that the government issued a warning. The roads were so icy and so dangerous that the government issued a warning. I haven't eaten since breakfast. I'm so hungry I could eat a horse. I haven't eaten since breakfast. I'm so hungry I could eat a horse. The new Spider-Man movie is incredible. It's so good that I went to see it twice. The new Spider-Man movie is incredible. It's so good that I went to see it twice. Leonardo da Vinci was such a genius that some experts believe his IQ to be one of the highest ever. Leonardo da Vinci was such a genius that some experts believe his IQ to be one of the highest ever. What have you got in this bag? It's so heavy I can't lift it. What have you got in this bag? It's so heavy I can't lift it. The ballet dancer moved so beautifully that the audience were silent in amazement. The ballet dancer moved so beautifully that the audience were silent in amazement. Some parts of the world's oceans are so deep that we don't even know what's down there. Some parts of the world's oceans are so deep that we don't even know what's down there. Some fans were so excited to see Brad Pitt that they fainted. Some fans were so excited to see Brad Pitt that they fainted. The structure that we're focusing on in this lecture is used to. the first thing I want you to notice is the pronunciation of this structure. Used to. The spelling, U-S-E-D, used, and T-O, to. Because we have a D at the end of used and a T at the beginning of to, these two sounds merge together in English. They almost become one sound. And what we do is we omit the D sound at the end of used. So it just sounds like used to. Use to. Can you hear that? Used to. So that's just something you can note in terms of pronunciation. Let's move on to the meaning of used to. There are two main meanings. Let's look at the first one. Nowadays, I don't play sports, but I used to play sports every day. I used to play football, tennis, rugby, and badminton. So what's the meaning of the words in bold? The words in bold indicate that something happened often in the past, an action, but doesn't happen now. This meaning shows that I played lots of sports before, but now I've changed. Now I don't play lots of sports. So something has changed from the past to now. Let's look at meaning to. Hong Kong used to be a British colony, but it was handed back to China in 1997. So, the words in bold indicate that something was true in the past, but isn't true now. This meaning shows that Hong Kong belonged to Britain before, but now it has changed. Now it isn't true because it belongs to China. So you can see the meaning of used to. There are two meanings. They're quite similar. The first meaning is to do with an action, something we do. For example, in the example I gave, used to. I used to play football, but now I don't. So this is an action. The second meaning is something that was true before, but isn't now. Something has changed. You see? So Hong Kong used to be British, but now it isn't. So used to basically means something has changed from the past. Let me give you another example. When I was younger, I loved Pokemon. Now I'm a bit older. I don't love it as much. It's still fun, but I don't love it as much. So something has changed. In this case, I can use used to. So I will say, I used to love Pokemon when I was younger, but now not so much. So you can see something has changed in my life. So used to is a perfect structure to use. Another example is, I used to eat lots and lots of chocolate, but now I don't. So there's something changed. That's when we use used to. Now, what's the structure of used to? Let's have a look. So the structure for the positive of used to is I, we, he, she, etc. So a pronoun or a name or a noun plus used to plus a basic verb. Be, go, play, etc. So I can say, she used to love chocolate, but now she doesn't eat it. So you can notice the structure. She plus used to plus a basic verb, love. She used to love. And the thing that's changed is she used to love chocolate, but in the present time, she doesn't. Now, the negative structure is I, you, he, she, etc. plus didn't plus used to plus a basic verb. So, for example, we didn't used to enjoy baseball, but now we love it. So this is the opposite, you see. It's talking about something in the past that you didn't used to do or you didn't enjoy, but now you do. And there is another negative structure which is very, very common. I, we, he, she, etc. plus never plus used to plus basic verb. So instead of using didn't, you can use never. For example, I never used to eat spicy food, but now I really enjoy it. And finally, the question structure for used to. We always use the past tense did. Never use do, just use did. Did plus you, he, she, plus used to, plus a basic verb. For example, did you used to live in New York? So there you have it, the meaning and the structure for used to. So go over this lecture again if you want to refresh your memory for the meaning or the structure. Always move on to the things to note and always move on to the practice exercises. These are the most important exercises you can do because you can train your brain to master these structures. Listen to them as much as you can. Repeat after me and listen to the MP3s as well. You can listen to them as you go out, when you're exercising, on the bus, on the train, and master these structures. Train your brain to master them. See you in the next lecture. Now, there are two important things we need to note when we use used to. Let's look at the first thing. Used to is always to talk about the past. There is no present tense or future form of this structure. If you want to talk about the present, use the present simple. Used to, as I said, is always to talk about the past. Okay, just remember that. Always in the past. The equivalent of the present is the present simple tense, which we will learn in the following lectures. So always use used to talk about something in the past. Just remember that. The next thing we need to note is something to do with the spelling of used to. So when using the negative, didn't used to, or the question, did you used to, notice that there is no D at the end of used to. Can you see? This is because the past tense is marked with didn't and did, so there is no need for the D in this case. So if you didn't notice the spelling, just go back and read the text on the screen so that you can see the spelling. So used to is generally spelled U-S-E-D to, T-O. So used USED. The ED indicates the past tense. So when we use did in the sentence, there's no need for the D. So omit the D spelling when using did in a sentence. For example, a question, did you used to live in New York? Or a negative, I didn't used to live in New York. So that's just a small little thing that you can notice in the spelling. So make sure you look at the next lectures, the practice exercises. They're very important. Train your brain to master the structure and the pronunciation. See you in the next lecture. Speaking practice for used to. Listen to the sentence, then pause the video and repeat after me. Think about the structure we studied. Train your brain to master used to. Let's get started. People used to believe the earth was flat. My wife used to spend so much money on shoes. Now she has calmed down. My son didn't used to read very much, but now he loves it. I never used to like coffee, but nowadays I drink 2 or 3 cups a day. Albert used to watch TV a lot. Thankfully, he is watching it less now. Did you used to work at the supermarket near Vine Street? I think I recognize you. We used to live in a tiny town, but we moved to a big city a few years ago. Gary bought a car recently. He used to ride a motorbike, but it was so dangerous. There used to be so many restaurants on this street. Now there are just clothes shops. When you lived in Japan, did you used to eat lots of sushi? My cat doesn't play much anymore because it's getting old. It used to be so playful and energetic. When I was a university student, I used to live with 3 flatmates. It was so much fun. You used to be such a kind and generous person. What happened to you? Nice camera. Do you often take photos? Not anymore, but I used to be a keen photographer. I didn't used to enjoy exercise, but now I am addicted. I run for an hour every morning. Bob used to wear glasses, but he recently switched to contact lenses. He prefers them. Lisa used to be a real party animal, but she rarely goes out now. Do you like sport? Not anymore. I used to love watching and playing sport, but I don't have time nowadays. Listening practice 4 used to. Listen to me say the sentence, then pause the video and write down what you hear. Press play to see the text on the screen and check your answer. Train your brain to master used to. Let's begin. Where is the supermarket that used to be here? Did it move to a new location? Where is the supermarket that used to be here? Did it move to a new location? Did you used to visit the beach often when you lived in Hawaii? Did you used to visit the beach often when you lived in Hawaii? Ryan used to have curly hair as a child. He used to look so cute. Ryan used to have curly hair as a child. He used to look so cute. Let's visit Green Park. No, let's try a different one. Green Park used to be nice, but now it's full of litter. Let's visit Green Park. No, let's try a different one. Green Park used to be nice, but now it's full of litter. It used to take me more than an hour to get to work by car because of all the traffic. Now it only takes 30 minutes because I cycle. It used to take me more than an hour to get to work by car because of all the traffic. Now it only takes 30 minutes because I cycle. I didn't used to like the countryside and nature, but as I get older, I'm appreciating it more and more. I didn't used to like the countryside and nature, but as I get older, I'm appreciating it more and more. I didn't used to speak English very well, but after listening to a lot of English content and practicing speaking, I'm getting much better. I didn't used to speak English very well, but after listening to a lot of English content and practicing speaking, I'm getting much better. London never used to be famous for food, but now its restaurants are considered some of the world's best. London never used to be famous for food, but now its restaurants are considered some of the world's best. Many African countries used to be French colonies, but they are now independent nations. Many African countries used to be French colonies, but they are now independent nations. My two sisters used to argue a lot when they were younger. My two sisters used to argue a lot when they were younger. Did China used to have a royal family? Did China used to have a royal family? Nokia used to be the #1 phone manufacturer in the world. Now it's declined massively. Nokia used to be the #1 phone manufacturer in the world. Now it's declined massively. The target structure for this lecture is the present continuous. So the present continuous is a tense in English. Let's look at the meaning of the present continuous. There are 3 main meanings that we're going to look at. They're similar but slightly different. So let's go over the first meaning. Look at the example sentence. John is on the plane. He is on his way to Hawaii. John is flying to Hawaii. So the words in bold indicate the present continuous. This meaning shows that John is flying right now at the time of speaking. The action is continuing and isn't finished. So that's meaning 1. Let's look at the second meaning. Look at this example. Sarah is talking on the phone. She says to her friend, "I'm reading an amazing book at the moment. I highly recommend it." The words in bold indicate the present continuous. This meaning shows that Sarah is reading a book nowadays. She has started it, but she hasn't finished it. She isn't reading it at the time of speaking. So it's slightly different to meaning 1. Meaning 1 is talking about something at the time of speaking. Meaning 2 is talking about something happening nowadays, but not necessarily right now at the time of speaking. And let's look at meaning 3. Frank is talking to the CEO of the company. He says to the CEO, "The company is growing rapidly this year. We are having an amazing 12 months." So the words in bold indicate the present continuous, but this meaning shows the company is doing well around this time period, which is 1 year. It is changing over this long time period. Those are the 3 meanings of the present continuous. So you can notice they're similar, they're related, but there are little differences between each one. The first one is talking about right now, at the time of speaking. The second one is nowadays, around this time. and the third one is over a longer period. For example, this year I'm getting better and better at playing football. So it's over a longer period and it's changing over this period. So this year I'm getting better and better at playing football. Now let's look at the structure of the present continuous tense. The structure is quite simple. For the present continuous, we use am, is, or are plus an ing verb. For example, I am eating dinner. He is walking to the shop. And they are shouting very loudly. So you can notice am, is, are plus the ing verb. And the negative structure is also quite simple. Just add not in between am, is, are and the ing verb. So for example, I am not studying at the moment. It is not working very well. They are not watching the football match. So this is the negative structure. And the question is am, is, are plus the subject, for example, he, she, you, or someone's name, plus the ing verb. Am I doing it properly? Is he sleeping yet? Are you looking in the right place? So there you have the three meanings and the structure for the present continuous tense. As always, make sure you complete the practice exercise lectures, the listening and the speaking. Train your brain to master the structure. So as you train your brain, you'll start to really understand the meaning and the structure. So you'll ingrain it in your brain. Don't just listen once or twice. Listen as many times as you can. And download the MP3s so that you can listen wherever you are. Put them on your MP3 player or your phone and listen as many times as you can. See you in the next lecture. So let's look at the thing that we need to note for the present continuous. There's just one thing I want to bring your attention to. It's how we contract this tense. We make it shorter, especially in spoken English. So have a look at this. Note that we often contract, which means to make shorter, the subject and the verb. So instead of saying, I am going, we can say, I'm going. For example, I'm going to the shop. Similarly, with he, she, it is going, we can say, he's going, she's going, or it's going to the shop. And with we, you, and they, we can say, we're going, you're going, or they're going to the shop. So we contract the subject and the verb. And here's the negative contractions. So instead of saying, I am not doing, we usually say, I'm not doing. For example, I'm not doing that. He, she, it is not doing becomes he's not or he isn't. So in this case, we can contract either the subject and the verb, he's, or we can contract the verb and not to become isn't. So we can say, he's not doing that, or he isn't doing that. The meaning is the same. Similarly, she's not or she isn't. Or we can say it's not or it isn't doing something. And finally, with we, you, and they are not doing, we can contract them in the same way. We're not or we aren't. You're not or you aren't. They're not or they aren't doing something. That's the main thing that you need to note, the contractions for the present continuous. Go to the practice exercises. You'll see some of these contractions so that you can master them and train your brain to listen and to use them naturally. See you in the next lecture. Speaking practice for the present continuous. Listen to the sentence, then pause the video and repeat after me. Think about the structure we studied. Train your brain to master the present continuous. Let's get started. Please turn down that music. I'm working. Hello, is Simon there? Yes, but he's taking a shower. I'll tell him to call you back. Sarah is having so much fun in Thailand. She's relaxing on a beautiful beach right now, soaking up the sun. Your baby is growing up so quickly. Is she doing well at kindergarten? Are you watching the new series of Game of Thrones? It's so exciting. What a beautiful day. The weather is getting better and better. Look at that lion. It's eating a huge lump of meat. Come on, it's getting late. We should go home now. Come on, Paul. We're going to the bar to watch the football match. Ouch! Sally, you're standing on my foot. The world's population is increasing and will probably continue to rise for the next century. Unfortunately, you can't see the crocodile today. It's sleeping and is hidden away from view. Well done, Tommy. You're working very hard today. Keep up the good work. Nick was sick all weekend. He isn't feeling better today, so he won't be able to come to the party. I'm not dating Dan anymore. We broke up last month. I'm taking a course on childcare. I go to college in the evenings to study. What's Anthony doing? He's watching TV in his bedroom. Gemma had to go home early. She's not feeling too good after eating that spicy food. Listening practice for the present continuous. Listen to me say the sentence, then pause the video and write down what you hear. Press play to see the text on the screen and check your answer. Train your brain to master the present continuous. Let's begin. Come on, let's go outside. It's not raining anymore. Come on, let's go outside. It's not raining anymore. You're getting more and more fluent in English. Are you studying hard? You're getting more and more fluent in English. Are you studying hard? Dan, how are you? How is your new business going? Dan, how are you? How is your new business going? Will you children please be quiet? We're not talking, sir. Will you children please be quiet? We're not talking, sir. You're not throwing the ball properly. Watch me. You're not throwing the ball properly. Watch me. This has been a fantastic few years for the company. Profits are rising, the company is growing, and we are starting to become known internationally. This has been a fantastic few years for the company. Profits are rising, the company is growing, and we are starting to become known internationally. These baby hamsters are not much fun. They're not doing anything. These baby hamsters are not much fun. They're not doing anything. Welcome to London. Are you enjoying your trip? Welcome to London. Are you enjoying your trip? Is that Paul driving a new Ferrari? Is that Paul driving a new Ferrari? Frank is working extremely hard, but he's not getting any recognition from the boss. Frank is working extremely hard, but he's not getting any recognition from the boss. They are building a gigantic skyscraper in the middle of the city. Have you seen it? They are building a gigantic skyscraper in the middle of the city. Have you seen it? Nowadays, the world is changing dramatically. The internet is connecting people. Smartphones are changing the way we communicate. And cities are offering opportunities like never before. Nowadays, the world is changing dramatically. The internet is connecting people. Smartphones are changing the way we communicate. And cities are offering opportunities like never before. The target structure for this lecture is the present simple. The present simple is a tense in English. Let's look at the meanings. There are two main meanings for the present simple. Let's look at meaning number one. Have a look at this example. Jane teaches at a private school. She teaches science to secondary school students. So the words in bold indicate the present simple. This meaning shows that Jane teaches. This is her job. It doesn't mean that she is teaching at this moment. This is something that happens regularly. She teaches regularly. She isn't teaching right now, but she teaches at a private school. Just to clarify the first meaning, we use the present simple in this way to talk about something that happens regularly, not something we're doing right now necessarily, but something that happens regularly, every day or every week. For example, John plays football every Wednesday. This is the present simple tense. John plays. Notice the S at the end of play. John plays football every week. I can say, I play football every week as well. This is the present simple. Notice there's no S at the end of play in this example. I play football every week. This is a rule of the present simple, which we'll go over in just 1 second. Now, let's look at the second meaning for the present simple. Have a look at this sentence. The sun rises in the east and sets in the west. So the words in bold indicate the present simple. This meaning shows factual information. The sun rises in the east and sets in the west. This is always true and is factual. For the second meaning, we use the present simple when something is always true. The sun rises in the east and sets in the west. This is always true. It's not going to change. So we use the present simple tense. Now, let's look at the structure, because the structure for this tense is very important. This is the structure for the positive. So we use I, we, you, or they, plus a basic verb. But when we use he, she, and it, we use a basic verb plus S. So notice the difference. I walk home from work every day. He walks very quickly. Can you see the S at the end of walks? Use the S at the end of the verb when you use he, she, or it. So when you use a name as well, for example, Anthony, use the S at the end of the verb. Anthony walks very quickly because Anthony is a he, a boy, a person. So it's just the same as he. Anthony walks very quickly. The negative structure is like this. I, we, you, they, plus don't, plus a basic verb. He, she, and it. Remember, before we added S to the basic verb? Well, now we use doesn't plus a basic verb. So we add S to do. Can you see that? Instead of saying do not, we say does not. He does not plus basic verb. For example, they don't watch television very much. Or she doesn't play outside too often. Remember, if you use someone's name, for example, Jane, use the second form, doesn't. Jane doesn't play outside too often. Finally, let's look at the question structure. We use this form. Do plus I, we, you, or they plus a basic verb. And for he, she, and it, we use does as the question word. Can you see does? Does is basically do plus S. So does plus he, she, it plus basic verb. For example, do they usually work hard? Or does he often go to the park? So that's the meaning and structure of the present simple. Let's move on to the things that you have to note for this structure. See you in the next lecture. So let's look at what we need to note for the present simple. This is very important. There are some particular phrases that we can use with the present simple. This will make you sound much more fluent and will add more meaning to your sentences when you use the present simple. Let's look at the thing we need to note. For the present simple meaning 1, which was talking about things that happen regularly, we often use words and phrases to say how often we do things. Phrases such as every day, twice a week, once a year, very often, etc. So we can change these phrases. We can say, instead of saying every day, we can say every week, every month, every year. Instead of saying twice a week, which means 2 times a week, we can say 3 times a week or 4 times a month. Instead of saying once a year, we can say twice a year, 3 times a year, 4 times a year, and so on. So for example, Jane teaches at the school 5 days a week. So 5 days a week is giving us more information about how often Jane teaches at the school. We could just say Jane teaches at the school, but when we add 5 days a week, we have more information. I visit my parents once a month. So again, you can see how often this person visits his or her parents. And finally, Sam goes to France very often for his job. So this means Sam goes to France quite a lot. He goes quite regularly. So those are some really important phrases that we use for the present simple. You'll see these phrases in the practice exercises in the next lectures, the listening and the speaking exercises. So go and start those, listen to them, practice speaking, and train your brain to master this tense. Speaking practice for the present simple. Listen to the sentence, then pause the video and repeat after me. Think about the structure we studied and train your brain to master the present simple. Let's get started. Do you drink beer or wine? Michael speaks 4 languages. He speaks English, Russian, Japanese, and German. I only speak 1. This library opens at 7 a.m. and closes at 6 p.m. Wild animals cause many car accidents. Drivers accidentally hit the animals or panic when they see the animals. A lexicographer is someone who writes dictionary entries. Harry doesn't go to university. He works as an online language tutor. How often do you take your dog to the park? Where does Ji-sung come from? He is from South Korea. These kittens are so tiny and cute. They are staring at me with their lovely little eyes. Cows produce milk. We use the milk to produce cheese, butter, yogurt, and other things. What time does this bank shut? The World Cup takes place every 4 years. The Olympics are the same. Nature is incredible. I always watch nature documentaries to learn more about wildlife. Where do you work? I work for a large law firm in London. The firm specializes in labor law. Simon, you don't go outside enough. I suggest you go out and get some fresh air. What do you do well that makes you a good fit for this company? I always put in 100% effort, and I promise to do the same if you give me the job. People in England drink a lot of tea. They usually drink their tea with milk. Vegetarians don't eat any meat or fish. Vegans are the same, but also don't consume any dairy products. Listening practice for the present simple. Listen to me say the sentence, then pause the video and write down what you hear. Press play to see the text on the screen and check your answer. Train your brain to master the present simple. Let's begin. What kind of movies do you like? I love action and horror movies, but I hate romance movies. What kind of movies do you like? I love action and horror movies, but I hate romance movies. Does your husband know Paul? Yes, they met before. He knows Paul through a mutual friend. Does your husband know Paul? Yes, they met before. He knows Paul through a mutual friend. Teacher, what does inquisitive mean? Good question. Inquisitive means curious or interested in learning things. You are an inquisitive boy. Teacher, what does inquisitive mean? Good question. Inquisitive means curious or interested in learning things. You are an inquisitive boy. How many times a day does the bus go on the tour? How many times a day does the bus go on the tour? There are 3 flights to New York daily. The first leaves at 9 a.m. The second leaves at 3 p.m. and the final one at 9 p.m. There are 3 flights to New York daily. The first leaves at 9 a.m. The second leaves at 3 p.m. and the final one leaves at 9 p.m. I am selling my car. I bought it last year, but I don't drive it very much. Do you want to buy it? I am selling my car. I bought it last year, but I don't drive it very much. Do you want to buy it? What do you do? I am a novelist. I write short novels and publish them through my own small publishing company. What do you do? I'm a novelist. I write short novels and publish them through my own small publishing company. How does a penguin protect its egg from freezing? It protects the egg under a flap, which keeps it warm. How does a penguin protect its egg from freezing? It protects the egg under a flap, which keeps it warm. Katie said that the new restaurant is wonderful. She recommends that we go and try it. Katie said that the new restaurant is wonderful. She recommends that we go and try it. Ian travels so much. He goes away 5 or 6 times every year. I really envy him. Ian travels so much. He goes away 5 or 6 times every year. I really envy him. My mom is a fantastic cook. She cooks Italian, French, and Japanese cuisine very well. My mom is a fantastic cook. She cooks Italian, French, and Japanese cuisine very well. It takes around 6 hours to get from London to New York by plane. It takes around 6 hours to get from London to New York by plane. The target structure for this lecture is the past simple. The past simple is an English tense. You may know it. It's not so difficult, but it's very good to look at in detail so that you can master the tense. Let's have a look at the meaning. There's just one meaning. Have a look at this example. Shakespeare was a famous playwright, poet, and actor. He wrote world-famous plays such as Romeo and Juliet. He got married at the age of 18 and later moved to London, where he began a successful career. The words in bold indicate the past simple. This meaning shows that the action is finished and complete. It is in the past. So the meaning's quite easy, right? It just means something that is finished, over, in the past. So you can say, last week I went swimming. 2 years ago I visited Japan. This is the past simple tense. Easy, right? Let's look at the structure for this tense. Again, the structure is extremely easy. It's a subject, for example, I, he, she, it, we, you, they, plus a past tense verb. For example, I visited the zoo yesterday. He ran really quickly. They bought a new car. So very, very simple. The negative structure is the subject, I, he, she, you, etc., plus didn't, plus a basic verb. So didn't indicates the past tense. For example, I didn't visit Paul yesterday because he was sick. She didn't go to school. We didn't enjoy the movie. So notice that the verbs in these examples are basic verbs because the past tense is indicated by did, not, didn't. This indicates the past tense. And here is the question structure for the past simple. Did plus the subject, I, he, she, they, etc., plus a basic verb. For example, did I perform well on stage? Did Paul find his keys? Did your family have a good time in Italy? So that's the past simple. It's quite easy, right? But it's very important to master this tense because it's one of the most common tenses in English. So if you master this tense, you'll take your English fluency to the next level because it's very, very common. So make sure you go on over to the practice lectures, the practice exercises. Make sure you practice speaking and listening so you can really train your brain to master the past simple. See you in the next lecture. Let's look at a couple of things that we need to note for the past simple tense. The first thing is that in English, many past simple verbs end in ed. I'm sure you know this. For example, stopped, jumped, visited, etc. These are called regular verbs. So they're easy to construct. Just add ed to the end of a basic verb. However, other verbs in English are irregular, and their past tense form is different. For example, drove, went, heard, etc. So these irregular verbs need to be learned. They're not easy to just construct by adding an ending to. So you need to learn them. For example, the past tense of drive, to drive a car, is drove. The past tense of go is went. So these are quite easy ones. Then there are slightly more complex ones. For example, the past tense of buy, to buy a chocolate bar, is bought. The past tense of eat is ate. So these are all irregular verbs. You need to learn them, and you can learn many of them in the practice lectures, the practice exercises that you can move on to next. Let's look at one more thing that we need to note. For the verb be, which is am, is, and are, the past simple tense is formed with was or were. For example, I was born in 1985. So was is the equivalent of am. Am is the present, the basic form of the verb, and was is the past tense. The next example is using were. Lee and Fiona were at the party last night. So were is the equivalent of are. Are is the present basic form, and were is the past form. And here are a couple of question examples. Was Sam upset when you saw her? Were you naughty when you were a child? So that's just another little thing for you to note. Am and is become was in the past. So for example, I am happy is happening right now, but if I want to change it to the past simple, I say I was happy. Similarly, if I say Jane is happy, if I want to change that to the past simple, Jane was happy. If we use are, they are happy. In the past simple, it becomes they were happy. So was and were are used in the past simple. See you in the next lecture. Speaking practice for the past simple. Listen to the sentence, then pause the video and repeat after me. Think about the structure we studied. Train your brain to master the past simple. Let's begin. Where did you go during the summer holidays? We went to Greece. It was fabulous. It was roasting, so I took off my coat. The party lasted 10 hours. We got home at around 3 a.m. and slept straight away. Where did you learn how to play the guitar? My older brother gave me lessons last year. Then I found a private tutor. Did you visit the Statue of Liberty in New York? Of course we did. It was incredible. Steve Jobs created Apple in 1976. He started the company in his garage. Daniel is extremely busy, so I didn't disturb him. When you were at school, were you a good student? Laura spent so much money last weekend. She bought a really expensive dress and new shoes. The lady fell over and broke her arm. She went to the hospital in an ambulance. As we relaxed on the grass, the birds flew above us in the clear blue sky. It was so peaceful. Did you see Tony today? He borrowed one of my books, but didn't return it to me. In many people's eyes, Muhammad Ali was the greatest boxer ever. How was the weather in Barcelona? Did you see any of Gaudi's gorgeous architecture? The meal we had at the new Italian restaurant was delicious, and it didn't cost much. The roads were so icy this morning, so I didn't drive to work. I walked instead. What did you do at the weekend? Jack and I took a short trip to Cornwall. We stayed there for one night and then came back the next day. Man first landed on the moon in 1969. It was an amazing feat of human ingenuity. Listening practice for the past simple. Listen to me say the sentence, then pause the video and write down what you hear. Press play to see the text on the screen and check your answer. Train your brain to master the past simple. Let's begin. Ronaldo shot from outside the penalty box and scored an incredible goal which won the match. Ronaldo shot from outside the penalty box and scored an incredible goal which won the match. I wonder, was Shakespeare a good English student at school? I wonder, was Shakespeare a good English student at school? Did you remember to give the camera back to Mark? Oh no, I forgot. I'll drive to his place and give it to him now. Did you remember to give the camera back to Mark? Oh no, I forgot. I'll drive to his place and give it to him now. I just remembered. Gary told me that he can't come today because he has a doctor appointment. I just remembered. Gary told me that he can't come today because he has a doctor appointment. The Mona Lisa was an impressive painting to see, but I imagined it to be much bigger. The Mona Lisa was an impressive painting to see, but I imagined it to be much bigger. Bill Gates set up his foundation in 2000, which donates huge sums of money to the poor and needy. Bill Gates set up his foundation in 2000, which donates huge sums of money to the poor and needy. Bella ate a huge breakfast this morning. She didn't eat lunch or dinner because she was so full. Bella ate a huge breakfast this morning. She didn't eat lunch or dinner because she was so full. We are so sorry we didn't have time to visit you. We were extremely busy. We are so sorry we didn't have time to visit you. We were extremely busy. People say that Christopher Columbus discovered America. In reality, he was simply the first European to visit. People say that Christopher Columbus discovered America. In reality, he was simply the first European to visit. The show we went to last night was quite dull. The singers didn't sing very well, and the dancers weren't very impressive. The show we went to last night was quite dull. The singers didn't sing very well, and the dancers weren't very impressive. I once skied down a very difficult slope, and I fell and broke my leg. I didn't go skiing for a long time after that. I once skied down a very difficult slope, and I fell and broke my leg. I didn't go skiing for a long time after that. Ryan and Chris climbed a mountain yesterday. They were exhausted this morning, so they didn't want to come. Ryan and Chris climbed a mountain yesterday. They were exhausted this morning, so they didn't want to come. The target structure for this lecture is the present perfect. So the present perfect, this is an English tense, and it's one of the most challenging tenses in English. It causes the most problems for students of English. But in this lecture, we're going to clarify the meaning and the structure so that you can understand it much, much better. So let's go to the first meaning of the present perfect. It has different meanings. Let's focus on number one first. So look at this example situation. William asks, "Have you traveled much, Tina?" Tina replies, "Yes, I've visited over 10 countries in Europe, but I haven't visited the USA yet. That is next on my list." So the words in bold indicate the present perfect. This meaning shows that Tina has visited all these countries in her life up to now, the present day. She will visit more countries in the future, but up to today she has visited over 10 in Europe. Think of this meaning as in my life up to now. So that's meaning one. It's important to clarify the meaning. Think of it as in your life up to now. So imagine your life from when you were born this year up to now, the present day. So everything that happens in between are all the events in your life. When you describe all these events, you can use the present perfect. I'll give you one example. I have visited Japan 3 times in my life. So in my life since I was born up to today, I have visited Japan 3 times. 1, 2, 3. So the present perfect is the perfect tense to use. I can say, I have visited Japan 3 times. This means in my whole life. Let's look at meaning 2 now. Look at this example. Robert has eaten so much food today. He has had 2 burgers, half a pizza, and a huge slice of cake. So the words in bold indicate the present perfect. This meaning shows that you have done something over a period of time. In this example, today, up until now. Robert has eaten all this food so far today. He will eat more, but so far he has eaten this much. So that's meaning 2. It's very similar to meaning 1. Remember, meaning 1 is from when you were born up to today. But meaning 2 is talking about a shorter time period. For example, one day, today, or 1 week. So I can say, so far this week, it's a very short time period, I have eaten 3 hamburgers. You see? So I'm talking about a much shorter period. I can also talk about my whole life. In my life, I have eaten hundreds of hamburgers. But this week, I've eaten 3 hamburgers. You see? So we can change the period of time. Now, there's one more meaning that we need to look at, meaning 3. Look at this example. This is really scary. I've never driven before. This is the first time I've ever driven a car. So the words in bold indicate the present perfect. This meaning shows that it's the first time you have done something in your life. This person is driving a car for the first time ever. And notice the words never means not in my life. It means I've never done something in my whole life. And ever is the positive form. It means in my life. Those are the 3 meanings of the present perfect that we're going to focus on in this lecture and the following lectures. Now, the structure is also very, very important for the present perfect. Let's have a look at how we form the present perfect. So we use I, we, you, or they, plus have, plus a past participle verb. For example, eaten, gone, driven, lost, etc. When we use he, she, or it, we use has plus a past participle verb. So he, she, and it, remember, can include a person's name. For example, Jane or Anthony. If we use a name, we also use has plus past participle verb. So look at these 2 examples. I have eaten many kinds of food. She has won lots of awards. So that's the positive structure. Just a note on the past participle verbs. These verbs are usually found in the 3rd column of a textbook verb list. So for example, the verb to eat has the basic form eat, it has the past form ate, and it has the past participle form eaten. We need this form for the present perfect. I have eaten many kinds of food in my life. So we need to use the past participle with the present perfect. Let's look at the next structure, the negative structure. This is formed in a similar way. So I, we, you, they. This time we use haven't, have not, plus a past participle verb. For he, she, and it, we use hasn't, plus a past participle verb. For example, I haven't been to a football match this year. He hasn't eaten any food today. Now, there is another negative structure that we're going to look at, using never. So, we use I, we, you, they, plus have, plus never, plus past participle. It sounds very confusing and long, but when we get to the example sentences, you'll know how to use them. He, she, and it uses has plus never plus a past participle verb. For example, you have never been to a football match. He has never eaten meat. Remember, never means not in my life. It's always talking about your whole life. So if someone says to you, I've never eaten meat, they're talking about their whole life from when they were born up to now. That means in their life, they haven't eaten any meat. If I say, I've never been to Australia, that means I've never visited Australia in my life. So always remember that. Never means in my life, not in my life. Here is the question structure. We form the questions like this. Have plus I, we, you, they, plus a past participle verb. Another form is has plus he, she, it, plus a past participle verb. For example, have they spoken to John? Spoken is the past participle of the verb to speak. And the second example says, has she broken a bone? Broken is the past participle of the verb to break. So that is the question structure. That was a lot of information to take in, I know. There were 3 different meanings and lots of different structures. But just remember, the present perfect is to talk about a time period. In my life, or a shorter time period, for example, today, this week, this month. And always remember, the time period is continuing. So in my life, I have done this, this, and this. But my life is continuing. So maybe I will do even more. The same as the short time periods. This week is continuing. It hasn't finished. So just keep that in mind. The present perfect always means that the time is continuing. Something else could happen soon as well. So if I say, I've eaten 3 hamburgers this week, it means I might eat more tomorrow or the next day. I might not, but I may. That's the key of this tense. Let's move on to the things we have to note for the present perfect. See you in the next lecture. Let's look at the things that we have to note for the present perfect tense. As I said, it's one of the most challenging tenses in English, so there are a few things we have to look out for and keep in mind. Let's look at the first thing. We can use many time words with the present perfect. For example, today, this week, this year, this morning, etc. When we use them, we always mean that the time period is continuing now and will continue in the future. You can think of it like the phrase so far or up to now. So as I mentioned in the previous lecture, this is one of the key things you have to remember for the present perfect. The time period we're talking about hasn't finished. It's continuing. But the present perfect describes the time period so far, up to now. Things might change in the future, but so far I've done this. That's the difference between the present perfect and the past simple. The past simple is talking about a time period that's finished in the past. But the present perfect is talking about a time period that's continuing. It started in the past, it's continuing now, and will continue in the future. So think of it as like so far, up to now. Okay? Let's look at the second thing. In the present perfect, we can contract has and have with the subject. For example, he's is he has, she's she has, I've I have, you've you have, etc. This is another small thing that you can note, the contraction of the subject and has or have. So if I say, I have visited Japan 3 times, I can contract I and have to become I've. I've visited Japan 3 times. This is much more common in spoken English. We contract I and have to become I've. Similarly, if I say, he has visited Australia twice, I can contract he and has to become he's. He's visited Australia twice. So look out for these contractions when you use the present perfect. Let's look at the next thing that we have to note. As I mentioned in the previous lecture, we use ever to mean in your life. For example, have you ever met a famous person? This means, in your life, have you ever met a famous person? So ever is always talking about in your life. Similarly, never is the negative version. We use never to mean not in your life. For example, I have never seen the movie Toy Story. This means, in my life, I have never seen Toy Story. So never means not in your life. Finally, we use been to mean visited or went in the present perfect. For example, I have been to Mexico 3 times. Or we've been to 3 weddings this week. So been is the past participle of go. There you have it. Those are the things you need to note for the present perfect tense. Move on to the practice exercises, the speaking and the listening for this tense. This will take your understanding to the next level. Don't forget also to download the MP3s and the PDF, which has all the transcripts of the MP3s. Download all that, listen as much as you can, and train your brain to master the present perfect. Speaking practice for the present perfect. Listen to the sentence, then pause the video and repeat after me. Think about the structure we studied. Train your brain to master the present perfect. Let's get started. Have you ever been to Greece? I highly recommend you go. I haven't eaten any fruit today. Experts recommend we eat 5 pieces a day. I've never tried caviar, but I really want to. Where is the most interesting place you have ever been? My car is broken down. It's the third time it has broken down this year. Has William worked hard this term? Has he done all his homework well? Brian is incredibly fit. He has run in 20 marathons, and he plans to do another one next month. This is the most peaceful place I have ever visited. It's like paradise. I've never seen that woman before. Is she the new employee? Is this the first time you visited London? No, I have been here many times before. Warren Buffett and Bill Gates have donated billions of dollars to charitable causes. Edward made a New Year's resolution to read more. He has read 20 novels so far this year. Who is the most famous person you have ever seen or met? Is this new Marvel movie good? I don't know. I haven't seen it. Shall we go and watch it? Sorry, I am really bad at tennis. This is the first time I have ever played. Let's plan something special for Mike's birthday. Has he ever been to Paris? Can you play poker? Yes, but I haven't played for over a year. I have never won any money on the lottery, but I've spent so much on it over the years. Listening practice for the present perfect. Listen to me say the sentence, then pause the video and write down what you hear. Press play to see the text on the screen and check your answer. Train your brain to master the present perfect. Let's get started. Can you believe it? Andrew has never travelled by plane. He is terrified of flying. Can you believe it? Andrew has never travelled by plane. He is terrified of flying. I haven't eaten any chocolate this year. I'm on a diet. I haven't eaten any chocolate this year. I'm on a diet. Recently, I have studied hard for the test. I haven't slept much. Recently, I have studied hard for the test. I haven't slept much. Pamela has worked so hard this year that I think she deserves a bonus. Pamela has worked so hard this year that I think she deserves a bonus. Chris has won a writing award for the second time this year. Chris has won a writing award for the second time this year. Wow, this is the first time I've eaten Korean food, and I am impressed. Wow, this is the first time I've eaten Korean food, and I am impressed. Over the last few days, we have been to 3 parties. We are completely exhausted now. Over the last few days, we have been to 3 parties. We are completely exhausted now. Have you heard anything from James recently? I haven't seen him for a long time. Have you heard anything from James recently? I haven't seen him for a long time. Sorry, sir, I didn't do my homework. That's the second time this week you haven't done it. Sorry, sir, I didn't do my homework. That's the second time this week you haven't done it. We can go horse riding when we visit Germany. Have you ever ridden a horse? We can go horse riding when we visit Germany. Have you ever ridden a horse? I've drunk 5 cups of coffee so far today. I'm trying to stay awake after the late night. I've drunk 5 cups of coffee so far today. I'm trying to stay awake after the late night. I cannot believe Natasha missed the flight. That's the second time she has done that. I cannot believe Natasha missed the flight. That's the second time she has done that. Here's the target structure for this lecture. Going to. Going to is another English tense that we're going to master. Let's look at meaning 1. There are 2 meanings. Here's the first. Look at this example. We are going to visit New York next month. We're going to see the Statue of Liberty and the Empire State Building. So the words in bold indicate that something is decided. It means that this person intends to do this in the future and is a plan that the person definitely wants to happen. Think of this meaning as a future plan, something that is definitely 100% going to happen in the future. Here's an example. Next month, I'm going to visit Italy. Why did I use going to visit? Because it's a future plan. I've planned to visit Italy. Because I've booked the flight, I've paid for the flight, I've booked the hotel, paid for the hotel, and I've planned all my trip in Italy. So I can say I'm definitely going to visit Italy. In this case, I use going to. I'm going to visit Italy next month. When I say this, the listener knows it's definitely going to happen. So that's meaning one. Let's look at the second meaning. Look at the grey sky. It's going to rain soon. So the words in bold indicate that something is going to happen in the future. We have some evidence, and we believe that something is going to happen in the future. That's meaning two. It's very similar to meaning one in that it's talking about the future. Something is going to happen in the future. But there's a difference. So meaning one is something that I planned, I arranged myself. But meaning two is something that's just happening elsewhere, but based on some evidence, based on something that I can see, I guess something is going to happen in the future. It's a prediction. In my view, I can see that this is going to happen. So if I look up at the sky and I see lots of dark clouds, grey, black clouds, what is going to happen in the future? I guess it's going to rain. This is my guess, my prediction for the future. Another example might be if I see a man climbing a broken ladder. This is a very dangerous situation. What do I think is going to happen in the future? I can say he's going to fall off and hurt himself. Based on the evidence, the ladder is broken. It looks very dangerous. I think he's going to fall and hurt himself. So in this case, I can use going to. Now, the structure for going to. Let's have a look. Here is the positive structure. The first structure is I plus am plus going to plus a basic verb like walk, see, visit, and go. So when you use I, always use the verb am. For he, she, and it, we use is plus going to plus a basic verb. And for we, you, and they, we use are plus going to plus a basic verb. For example, she is going to study hard to become a doctor. Here is the negative structure. We simply add not to the structure. So I plus am plus not plus going to plus a basic verb. It sounds very long and complex, but it's actually quite simple. For he, she, and it, we use is plus not plus going to plus a basic verb. And for we, you, and they, we use are plus not plus going to plus a basic verb. For example, we aren't going to see Dad this week because he's on a business trip. Notice the contraction as well. Are not becomes aren't. We'll look at more contractions in the next lecture. And finally, here is the question structure. So the question structures are like this. Is plus he, she, it plus going to plus a basic verb. And we use are for we, you, they plus going to plus a basic verb. For example, are you going to tidy your room soon? I asked you twice already. So there you have it. That is going to. It's a future tense in English. So move on to the things to note, the next lecture, and always, always practice the speaking and listening exercises so you can take your level of understanding to the next level. See you in the next lecture. Before you move on to the speaking and listening practice exercises, here are a few things to note when using going to. We're going to focus on the contractions when using going to. Let's have a look. So note that we often contract the subject and the verb to be. The verb to be is am, is, and are when using going to. So for example, I am going to contracts to I'm going to. So for example, instead of saying I am going to visit Italy next month, you can simply say I'm going to visit Italy next month. So you can contract I and am. When you use he, she, and it with going to, you can contract the subject with is. So you can say he's going to, she's going to, or it's going to. For example, he's going to visit Japan. She's going to go swimming. Or it's going to fall. And when you use we, you, or they are going to, you can contract these to we are going to, you're going to, or they're going to. Now, when using the negative, we can also contract some words. When you use the subject I, we can say I'm not going to. Similar to the positive, contract I and am. With the other subjects, we have two options. Have a look at these. For he, she, and it is not going to, we can either contract he and is to become he's not, or we can contract is and not to become he isn't. For example, he's not going to visit Japan, or he isn't going to visit Japan. So the two options mean the same thing. Similarly, we can say she's not, or she isn't going to, it's not, or it isn't going to. And it's very similar with we, you, and they are not going to. We can contract we and are, or we can contract are and not when using we. For example, we're not going to, or we aren't going to. With you, we use you're not, or you aren't going to. And they're not, or they aren't going to. That's the only thing you need to note for going to. So use these contractions in your spoken English. They make you sound much more fluent and much more natural. Instead of saying every single word, I am not going to go to school today. Contract I and am. I'm not going to go to school today. So it makes you sound really, really fluent and natural. Make sure you move on now to the speaking and listening practice activities and download the MP3s to train your brain. Speaking practice 4. Going to. Listen to the sentence, then pause the video and repeat after me. Think about the structure we studied and train your brain to master going to. Let's get started. Hi, James. I'm stuck in a huge traffic jam. I'm going to be around 30 minutes late. I won some money in a competition last night. Fantastic. What are you going to do with it? Some species of animal are down to the last few. They are going to become extinct soon. Are you going to visit your parents tonight? This t-shirt is really poor quality. I'm going to return it to the shop I bought it from. I think you boys should stop playing football on this dangerous road. You are going to hurt yourselves. Julie ate some bad food yesterday. She's going to vomit. The car engine is making a really strange sound. It isn't going to survive for much longer. I finally reached my savings target. I'm going to buy a nice new car this weekend. Ken and I are going to play badminton this week. Do you want to join us? Unfortunately, the world is going to become more and more polluted in the coming years. Jessie found a tiny kitten in the front garden. What is she going to do with it? What are you going to wear to the party on Friday? The service in this restaurant is really poor. I'm going to complain to the manager. The company had some trouble last year, but sales are doing well now. Things are going to get better. Is Oscar going to accept the new job? No, he's going to refuse it because it's too far to travel. I bought a brand new grand piano. Are you serious? Where are you going to put it? Chris, I need that report by 2 p.m. today. It's going to be on your desk before midday. Listening practice for going to. Listen to me say the sentence, then pause the video and write down what you hear. Press play to see the text on the screen and check your answer. Train your brain to master going to. Let's begin. We should rearrange our trip this weekend. The weatherman said there is going to be heavy rain on Saturday. We should rearrange our trip this weekend. The weatherman said there is going to be heavy rain on Saturday. Hi, Paul. I can't talk for long because my battery is going to die. Hi, Paul. I can't talk for long because my battery is going to die. Your presentation is next Friday, right? What are you going to talk about? Your presentation is next Friday, right? What are you going to talk about? China is getting richer and richer. It's going to be a huge power in the coming years. China is getting richer and richer. It's going to be a huge power in the coming years. I'm going to buy a few things from the shop. What are you going to buy? I'm going to buy a few things from the shop. What are you going to buy? The kids are going to be so excited when we tell them about our trip to Disneyland. The kids are going to be so excited when we tell them about our trip to Disneyland. I'm so skinny. I'm going to join the gym tomorrow and start building some muscles. I'm so skinny. I'm going to join the gym tomorrow and start building some muscles. Okay, this is the plan. We are going to set up a new business and you are going to be the managing director. Okay, this is the plan. We are going to set up a new business and you are going to be the managing director. Are you going to see Nina later? No, I'm going to meet her tomorrow. Are you going to see Nina later? No, I'm going to meet her tomorrow. Your kids are going wild. They are going to be worn out later. Your kids are going wild. They are going to be worn out later. Look at that man standing at the top of the ladder. He's going to hurt himself if he isn't careful. Look at that man standing at the top of the ladder. He's going to hurt himself if he isn't careful. Are you ready for the World Cup final today? It's going to be such an exciting match. Are you ready for the World Cup final today? It's going to be such an exciting match. The target structure for this lecture is will. Here we have another future tense in English. Very, very similar to going to, but different, of course. Let's look at the meaning of will. Here is an example. Wayne says, I'm going to play football at the park. Neil replies, that sounds great. I'll join you. The words in bold indicate that Neil just decided in that moment to do something. He didn't plan it before. He decided in the moment. We use will when we make an instant decision based on new information. Note the difference between will and going to in this example. Going to is used for something we decided to do before. Will is used for something we decided in the moment. In the example above, Wayne used going to because he had already planned to play football at the park. Neil used will because he just heard about this information and decided right in that moment to join Wayne. Can you see the difference between will and going to? Going to is for a future plan, something that you decided beforehand. Will is also for the future, but it's about something you decided in the moment, right then, based on some new information. So imagine my friend calls me one day and says, I'm going to the cinema to watch the new action movie. This is new information for me. So if I say, I want to go, I can use will because it's new information and I just decided in that moment when he called me. So I can say, that's great. I will join you because I didn't plan it beforehand. I just decided right then. So that's the difference between will and going to. Now let's look at the structure for will. It's quite easy. It's basically I, he, she, it, we, you, they, etc. plus will plus a basic verb. So even if you use a name like Anthony or Sarah, you can just use will plus a basic verb. Here's an example. Your luggage looks very heavy. I'll help you. Here is the negative structure. It's I, he, she, it, etc. plus will plus not plus a basic verb. The example says, I told Paul to visit the doctor but he won't listen to me. Notice the contraction of will not. It's won't. Won't means will not. And finally, here is the question structure. It's will plus I, he, she, it, etc. plus a basic verb. Will you help me carry this sofa, please? There we have it. That's will. So remember, it's a future tense, but it's different to going to. So look at the next lecture, the things to note, and make sure you practice the exercises in the speaking and listening lectures so you can understand will at a much deeper level. See you in the next lecture. Here are just a couple of things that you need to note when using will. The first thing that I mentioned in the previous lecture is that we usually contract will not to won't. This is the contraction. Will not becomes won't. So instead of saying, she will not help me, we can simply say, she won't help me. She won't help me. Notice the pronunciation as well. Won't. Won't. She won't help me. This is more natural in spoken English, to use the contraction. The second thing that we need to note is that we often use I think I'll do something and I don't think I'll do something to talk about what we have just decided in that moment. For example, I'm hungry. I think I'll order a pizza. This means I just thought of and decided to order a pizza in that moment. Here's another example using the negative. We are feeling a little tired. I don't think we'll go to the party tonight. This means we just thought about this and decided to not go to the party later. So you can use this phrase, I think I'll, or I don't think I'll do something. It makes you sound much more fluent. So use this when you decide something right there in the moment. Here's an example, an everyday, typical example. If I go to the coffee shop with my friend, he asks me, what will you have? I can use this phrase. I can say, I don't think I'll have a coffee because I don't want to stay awake all night. I think I'll have a hot chocolate. You see? So I don't think I'll have a coffee. I think I'll have a hot chocolate. This is a very typical phrase when using will. So just note those two things. See you in the speaking and listening practice lectures. Speaking practice for will. Listen to the sentence, then pause the video and repeat after me. Think about the structure we studied and train your brain to master will. Let's begin. It's getting hot. I think I'll turn on the air conditioner to cool the place down. Did you remember to send that email to Simon? Oh, I forgot. I'll do it right now. Are you coming into the shop? No, I'll wait out here for you. I need to go to the shop, but it's dark outside. will you come with me? That was a fantastic meal, Ricky. I promise I'll cook next time. Thanks for lending us the money. We'll pay you back next month. Have a wonderful time in India. Thanks. I'll send you an email as soon as I arrive. Oh no, I left the baby's toy at home. It's okay, you keep walking. I'll go back and get it. Did you hear the good news? Laura is pregnant. That's amazing. She'll make a fantastic mother. James is feeling really sick. I don't think he'll be better for the performance tomorrow. Are you still coming out for a drink later? I don't think I'll go out tonight. I have so much work to finish. It's freezing in here. I'll turn on the heating. Lisa, will you please swap places with Gary? Will you promise not to tell anyone about this secret? I've asked Anthony to clean his room 10 times, but he won't listen to me. Will you kids please be quiet? I'm trying to concentrate here. Daniel and I have got next week off work. I think we'll go somewhere nice for a short break. What would you like, sir? I'll have the steak and potatoes. Oh, and I'll also have a glass of red wine. Listening practice 4 will. Listen to me say the sentence, then pause the video and write down what you hear. Press play to see the text on the screen and check your answer. Train your brain to master will. Let's get started. It's too late to walk home now. We'll take a taxi. It's too late to walk home now. We'll take a taxi. Andy, can you give Michelle this purse? Certainly. I'll give it to her tomorrow when I see her. Andy, can you give Michelle this purse? Certainly. I'll give it to her tomorrow when I see her. Welcome to the party, Tom. Will you have beer or wine? I'll have beer, please. Welcome to the party, Tom. Will you have beer or wine? I'll have beer, please. I'm feeling really sleepy now. I think I'll have a coffee to wake myself up. I'm feeling really sleepy now. I think I'll have a coffee to wake myself up. The baby's crying again. I'll go and give her a bottle. No, you did it last time. I'll feed her. The baby's crying again. I'll go and give her a bottle. No, you did it last time. I'll feed her. Hello, Miss Smith. We are very sorry to inform you that your delivery won't arrive before 2 p.m. today. Okay, thank you for letting me know. When will it arrive? Hello, Miss Smith. We are very sorry to inform you that your delivery won't arrive before 2 p.m. today. Okay, thank you for letting me know. When will it arrive? Will you be attending the Christmas party next week? Yes, I'll definitely be there. Will you be attending the Christmas party next week? Yes, I'll definitely be there. Please tell Chris about the meeting tomorrow. It's very important that he comes. Okay, I'll send him a message right now. Please tell Chris about the meeting tomorrow. It's very important that he comes. Okay, I'll send him a message right now. Billy has tried to teach that dog so many tricks, but it won't learn anything. Billy has tried to teach that dog so many tricks, but it won't learn anything. Hi, Neil. I'm running late. I'll meet you at the office at 10 o'clock instead of 9:30. Hi, Neil. I'm running late. I'll meet you at the office at 10 o'clock instead of 9:30. Sarah says that she has a big surprise for my birthday. She won't tell me anything. Sarah says that she has a big surprise for my birthday. She won't tell me anything. I think I'll skip the gym today. I'm feeling a bit tired from yesterday. I think I'll skip the gym today. I'm feeling a bit tired from yesterday. The target structures for this lecture are relative clauses with who and that. Relative clauses sounds very confusing and complex, but actually quite simple and very good for improving your English. Let's have a look at the relative clauses. Here are the examples. The boy who broke his arm went to the hospital. The jacket that we found belongs to John. The words in bold are relative clauses. They give information about the person or thing. We use who for people and that for things. So relative clauses using who and that give some extra information about a person or thing. Usually the information is very important to identify the person or thing that you're talking about. Here's an example. If I simply say, the train leaves in 30 minutes. Which train am I talking about? How do I identify the train? Imagine there are 10 trains. The train leaves in 30 minutes. Which train am I talking about? Now I can use a relative clause to identify the train. I can say, the train that goes to the theme park leaves in 30 minutes. Now I've identified what train I'm talking about. So this is what a relative clause is. It identifies the person or thing that you're talking about to make the meaning much clearer. So now let's move on to the structure for the relative clauses. Here's the structure for the who relative clause. We use a person plus who relative clause. For example, the woman who we saw today looked very strange. This is a who relative clause. If I simply said, the woman looked very strange, people wouldn't know what woman I was talking about. So the who relative clause identifies which woman I'm talking about. Here's the structure for that relative clauses. We use a thing plus that relative clause. For example, the red Ferrari that we saw today was beautiful. So the red Ferrari is the thing, and the relative clause is that we saw today. So I'm identifying which red Ferrari I'm talking about. So that is relative clauses using who and that. Move on to the next lecture, the things to note. And of course, as always, make sure you complete the listening and practicing exercises. See you in the next lecture. Now, there are a number of important things that we need to note when using relative clauses with who and that. Let's look at the first thing that we should note. Notice that it is possible to leave out the relative clause and still have a complete sentence. So, the woman who we saw today looked very strange. You can see the relative clause with who, but if we delete that relative clause, we still have a good sentence. The woman looked very strange. But can you see the difference between the two sentences? Sentence 1 is identifying which woman. It's making the meaning much, much clearer. So that's why we use relative clauses, to enhance meaning, to make everything much, much clearer. So even though we can delete it, it's better to have it in the sentence. Here's just another example of deleting a relative clause. The red Ferrari that was speeding down the road today was beautiful. So if we delete that relative clause, the sentence becomes, the red Ferrari was beautiful. But again, the second sentence is lacking some meaning. Which red Ferrari am I talking about? So the relative clause identifies which one I'm talking about. Here's the next thing that you need to note. The type of relative clause that we are studying in this unit is needed to define things. Look at this example. The man was so funny. So a relative clause could be used here to say more about the man, to define him, to explain which man I'm talking about. So the relative clause I could add is a who relative clause. Look at the sentence with the relative clause. The man who was at the party last night was so funny. Now you can see there's much more meaning and we know exactly which man I'm talking about. Let's look at another example for things this time using a that relative clause. So look at the example. The wine was really flavoursome. But what wine am I talking about? If I want to give more information and define the wine, I can use a relative clause. So I can say, the wine that we drank at the wedding was really flavoursome. Now the sentence has much more meaning. So I hope that's helped you understand relative clauses much, much better. Use them in your speaking to really define things and people. Move on to the practice exercises next and make sure you download the MP3s so that you can train your brain to master relative clauses. See you in the next lecture. Speaking practice for relative clauses with who and that. Listen to the sentence, then pause the video and repeat after me. Think about the structure we studied and train your brain to master relative clauses with who and that. Let's begin. The lady who helped us today was so kind. An architect is a person who designs buildings and bridges. I'm looking for someone who I can practice English with. I know someone who can help you. My friend John is an English teacher. I hate watching movies that go on for more than 2 hours. What do you work as? I run a company that sells sports equipment. Do you remember the name of the street that we used to live on? A shoplifter is someone who steals from a shop. The man who served us at the bar was really handsome. What's the name of the man who painted the Mona Lisa? Leonardo da Vinci. He's also the man who painted The Last Supper. These cakes look delicious, but a few aren't cooked properly. What should I do with the ones that aren't cooked? The fans who were fighting in the stadium were taken away by police. What happened to the art gallery that was on the corner? Sir Alexander Fleming was the man who discovered penicillin. A thesaurus is a book that gives you similar meanings of words, synonyms. Parts of the castle that were damaged in the fire have been restored. The book that we are reading at school is really interesting. It's about a man who escapes from prison. The train that goes to the theme park leaves in 30 minutes. Hello, I would like to complain about the waiter that served me at your restaurant today. Listening practice for relative clauses with who and that. Listen to me say the sentence, then pause the video and write down what you hear. Press play to see the text on the screen and check your answer. Train your brain to master relative clauses with who and that. Let's get started. The kitten that Jane found has been adopted by my sister. The kitten that Jane found has been adopted by my sister. Have you ever spoken to the woman who lives next door? Never. I don't even know her name. Have you ever spoken to the woman who lives next door? Never. I don't even know her name. Obsolete is a word that means no longer in use or outdated. Obsolete is a word that means no longer in use or outdated. What's this movie about? It's about a boy and girl who fall in love and run away together. What's this movie about? It's about a boy and girl who fall in love and run away together. The police found the man who broke into my car. The police found the man who broke into my car. Do you know where I can find a shop that sells smartphone batteries? I need a new one. Do you know where I can find a shop that sells smartphone batteries? I need a new one. Samurai were Japanese warriors who used a special sword called a samurai sword. Samurai were Japanese warriors who used a special sword called a samurai sword. The man who invented the early internet is called Tim Berners-Lee. The man who invented the early internet is called Tim Berners-Lee. Where are the photographs that we took in South Africa? Where are the photographs that we took in South Africa? The new giant TV that we bought last week is broken. We're going to get it fixed today. The new giant TV that we bought last week is broken. We're going to get it fixed today. New Orleans is the city that's known as the home of jazz music. New Orleans is the city that's known as the home of jazz music. The movie that we watched last night was so scary that I had a terrible nightmare. The movie that we watched last night was so scary that I had a terrible nightmare. The target structure for this lecture is verb plus ing. So this is the verb plus ing structure. In English, there are many verbs that can take this structure because it's a very common one. But we're going to focus on 10 particular verbs that take this structure. One example is love. Love can be followed by an ing verb. So for example, I can say, I love reading. This is the verb plus ing structure. Let's have a look at all the examples first. Joanna is a book lover. She reads at least one novel per week. She really enjoys reading books. I love sitting outside in the summer. It feels so nice. I hate watching horror movies. They make me so scared that I can't sleep after. So enjoy, love, and hate are verbs which can be followed by an ing verb. Tom stopped smoking last year. He hasn't smoked for 10 months. Try to avoid eating dairy products if your skin is having problems. Whenever I'm angry, I imagine walking along a beautiful beach. My anger quickly disappears. So here are 3 more verbs that can be followed by an ing verb: stop, avoid, and imagine. Have you ever considered moving to the countryside? Mary spends lots of time helping poor people. Spend time doing something is the phrase. If you want to become a guitarist, you need to practice playing every day. These are 3 more verbs we can use followed by an ing verb. Consider, spend, and practice. Here's the final example. Have you finished cleaning your room yet, Mark? So finish is another verb that can be followed by an ing verb form. So all of these examples we just went through: enjoy, love, hate, stop, avoid, imagine, consider, spend time, practice, and finish. All the words in bold are verbs which can use an ing verb form after them. Those are the 10 verbs we're going to focus on in this lecture. And notice that you can change the ing form after. It doesn't have to be enjoy reading all the time. So I can say, I enjoyed reading books, but I can change reading for any other verb plus ing. I can say, I enjoy playing football. I can say, I enjoy swimming. I can say, I enjoy sleeping. Any ing form can go after these verbs. So it's very, very flexible and very useful for your speaking. Let's look at the structure. So the structure is simply like this. I, he, she, it, etc. plus one of the verbs, enjoy, love, hate, stop, avoid, imagine, consider, spend time, practice, or finish, plus an ing verb form. For example, walking, watching, visiting, traveling, etc. Look at this sentence. My daughter used to hate studying, but now she loves going to school. So we have hate plus ing and love plus ing. Here is the negative structure. I, he, she, it, etc. plus one of the verbs from the list plus not plus an ing verb form. For example, the summer holidays are here. I enjoy not waking up early every day. And here is the question structure. So the question structure is like this. Question word, for example, why, where, who, how, plus I, he, she, it, etc., plus a verb from the list, plus an ing verb form. Here are a few examples. Do you enjoy eating out? Can we practice playing here? Why did you stop taking ballet lessons? There we have the verb plus ing structure. This is a very, very common structure and really useful for upgrading your English level very, very quickly. So move on to the next lecture. I'll see you there. Here are some things that we have to note for the verb plus ing structure. Let's look at the first thing. So you can follow these verbs with a noun if you wish. It doesn't have to be an ing form. For example, I enjoy watching romance movies and action movies. This is a verb plus ing structure. Enjoy plus watching, ing. However, we don't need the ing form. We can simply say, I enjoy romance movies and action movies. The meaning of these two sentences is very similar, but the first is emphasizing that you enjoy watching these movies. Can you see the difference between the two sentences? Imagine if I say, I enjoy tennis. What does this mean? Does it mean I enjoy playing tennis? Does it mean I enjoy watching tennis on television? What does it mean? I enjoy tennis. We're not sure, but if I add an ing form, it's much, much clearer. I enjoy playing tennis, or I enjoy watching tennis. Can you see? So adding the ing after the verb can clarify and enhance the meaning. Let's look at the next thing that we should note. The tense of the verbs can change, but the ing form must still be used after. For example, I loved eating chocolate when I was a child. I love eating new cuisine from around the world. She loves eating at expensive restaurants. Notice the tense loved, love, and loves. It's different in each sentence, but the ing form always comes after. So it doesn't matter about the tense, whether it's past or present. What matters is the actual word, love. Love can be followed by an ing form in any tense. Here is the final thing to note. The verb plus ing structure is different to the present continuous, which we looked at in a previous lecture. It's very similar, it looks similar, but the meaning is different. Have a look at this example, the verb plus ing example. I enjoy traveling around France. This means generally I like traveling around France. But the present continuous form is I am traveling around France. This means I am traveling around France now. So that last thing to note was just to make sure that you understand the difference between the verb plus ing structure and the present continuous. They both use an ing verb, but the meaning is very different. Sometimes they can be confused. Just make sure you're aware of the difference. Now, let's move on to the speaking and listening practice lectures. Speaking practice for the verb plus ing structure. Listen to the sentence, then pause the video and repeat after me. Think about the structure we studied. Train your brain to master the verb plus ing structure. Let's begin. Tony and I enjoy hiking together. We love experiencing nature while exercising. My dog loves racing around the park. He's so energetic that he can run for hours. Many people hate flying, but I'm a bit strange because I actually enjoy flying. Will you kids stop shouting so loudly? You're giving me a headache. Please avoid walking on the grass. Imagine living on a paradise island without any stress or worries. That would be heaven. My friend Barry is considering moving to Australia. He has always wanted to live there. Artists need to spend lots of time thinking so that they can come up with creative ideas for their work. Do we have any homework, Miss Ashley? Yes, I want you to practice writing the present perfect. Write 5 sentences using this tense. Hi, Ray. Can you help me with this idea that I'm working on? Yes, just give me 1 minute to finish doing this. John, have you finished painting the bedroom yet? Not yet. I'll be finished doing it in about 30 minutes. You should always practice using the English that you learn as much as possible. Simon, you are spending too much time watching TV and surfing the internet. Do something more productive with your life. But Mum, I love watching TV. Some cultures consider burping and eating aloud as a sign of enjoyment. In some other cultures, these are considered rude. Now it's time to relax. I want you to imagine walking in a beautiful green field, feeling the warm sun on your face, listening to the birds and smelling the flowers. When you visit Beijing, avoid taking the subway. It's always packed full of people. That movie we watched last night was so scary. I loved it. Can you stop talking about that movie? I had nightmares because of it. Steve Jobs was a very passionate man. He hated seeing poor design, and he made sure every product he created was his idea of perfection. Listening practice for the verb plus ing structure. Listen to me say the sentence, then pause the video and write down what you hear. Press play to see the text on the screen and check your answer. Train your brain to master the verb plus ing structure. Let's get started. I'm glad I quit my job and started working from home. I love being able to do what I want, when I want. I'm glad I quit my job and started working from home. I love being able to do what I want, when I want. Do you enjoy being a pilot? I love being a pilot. Ever since I was a little boy, I wanted to fly planes. Now I do it as a job. Do you enjoy being a pilot? I love being a pilot. Ever since I was a little boy, I wanted to fly planes. Now I do it as a job. Would you consider accepting $8,000 for the car? Sorry, that's too low. Why don't we consider meeting halfway at $9,000? Would you consider accepting $8,000 for the car? Sorry, that's too low. Why don't we consider meeting halfway at $9,000? People used to spend lots of time reading. Nowadays, people prefer to surf the internet or play computer games. People used to spend lots of time reading. Nowadays, people prefer to surf the internet or play computer games. Today, we are going to have football class. We are going to practice passing, shooting, and dribbling with the ball. Today we are going to have football class. We are going to practice passing, shooting, and dribbling with the ball. Dad, I've finished doing my homework. Can I go out to play now? Dad, I've finished doing my homework. Can I go out to play now? What kinds of music do you enjoy listening to? I love listening to rock and classical. What kinds of music do you enjoy listening to? I love listening to rock and classical. I hate giving presentations. Do you have any advice for me? Try to avoid talking quickly. When you slow down, you will relax. I hate giving presentations. Do you have any advice for me? Try to avoid talking quickly. When you slow down, you will relax. Have you stopped dating Ryan? Yes, we stopped dating last month. He spent too much time working instead of being with me. Have you stopped dating Ryan? Yes, we stopped dating last month. He spent too much time working instead of being with me. Can you imagine traveling to space? It would be wonderful to float around and look at Earth from up there. Can you imagine traveling to space? It would be wonderful to float around and look at Earth from up there. You need to relax for a couple of weeks. Avoid doing heavy exercise. You should also avoid drinking alcohol while you take this medication. Okay, thank you. You need to relax for a couple of weeks. Avoid doing heavy exercise. You should also avoid drinking alcohol while you take this medication. Okay, thank you. If you have finished reading, you can spend the rest of the time completing your story. If you have finished reading, you can spend the rest of the time completing your story. The target structures for this lecture are both, neither, and either. We're going to target 3 structures in this lecture. So make sure you have your pen and paper ready to take notes. The reason I'm putting 3 structures together is because they are very, very related. So it makes sense to learn them all together at once. So the first thing I want to bring your attention to is the pronunciation of neither and either. They have alternative pronunciations that you might hear native speakers using. You can say neither or neither. These are the 2 alternatives. And you can say either or either. Slightly different. These are the alternative pronunciations, just to let you know. Let's go to the example sentences and the meaning for each structure. Have a look at these 3 examples. Both books are really interesting. I highly recommend them. Neither book is boring. You can borrow either book. The words in bold are to talk about 2 things or people. In this case, 2 books. That's why I grouped these 3 structures together, because all of them talk about 2 things or 2 people. That's why they're so related. They're always talking about 2 things or 2 people. So just remember that. Let's look at each one in more detail. Let's start with both. So going back to the example that we saw earlier, both books are really interesting. I highly recommend them. Both is positive and means that the 2 books are really interesting. So that's both. Both is positive. Just remember that. It's always talking about 2 things. So imagine I see 2 cars that I like. I can say both cars are really beautiful. That means the 2 cars are beautiful. Both is similar to all. We use all to talk about many, many things. If I see 10 cars that are beautiful, I can say all the cars are beautiful. But if there are just 2, all sounds strange because there are not that many, just 2. So we use both. Both cars are beautiful. So both is positive. Let's look at the next one, neither. So going back to the original example, neither book is boring. Neither is negative and means that the two books aren't boring. So neither, as I said, is negative. Again, it's always talking about two things or two people. Always. And it's a negative word, just like not or never. So it's a negative. Remember, the N in neither signifies negative. That's a good way to remember. So imagine now I have two more cars. These cars are very old and ugly. I can say, I like neither car. I like neither car. What does this mean? It means I don't like the cars. There are two cars and I don't like any of them. I like neither car. Neither is a negative, so it means I don't like them. You see? So it always negates the words that you use in the sentence. Now, let's look at either in more detail. You can borrow either book. Either is a choice of the two and means that you can borrow this one or this one. Again, either is to talk about two things or two people. This time we're talking about a choice between two things. You can choose this one or this one. Not both. This one or this one. Either. So either means a choice. Just choose one. This one or this one. So if I say to my daughter, you can have either spaghetti or pizza for dinner. Can you hear that? Choose either spaghetti or pizza for dinner. I'm giving her a choice. Choose either this one or this one. So either is always a choice between two things. Now, let's look at the structures for these words. There are a few structures, so again, make sure you have your pen and paper ready to take notes. Here is the first one. We can use both, neither, or either plus a noun. Here are some examples. Both movies were so boring that we stopped watching after 20 minutes. So remember, both is positive. It's talking about two things. So they watched two movies and both of them were boring. The next example reads, neither car is expensive. Now remember, neither is negative, so it means the cars are both cheap. So expensive means lots of money, but because we use the negative neither, it means both cars are cheap. Neither car is expensive. And the last example, John says, which city shall we visit for our trip? Madrid or Barcelona? Fiona replies, either city is fantastic. I don't mind. So Fiona is saying, between Madrid and Barcelona, she doesn't mind either. She can choose either Madrid or Barcelona. She doesn't mind one or the other. Now, here is the next structure. We can say both of, neither of, or either of, plus the. So when you use the, you can say any noun, the dog, or the camera, or the chair. Or you can use a pronoun, for example, he, she, or it. Or you can use a possessive. A possessive is something that belongs to someone. For example, Alan's or Mary's. So look at these examples to make everything clearer. Both of these dogs belong to my uncle. So you can see the structure, both of plus these. These is a pronoun. Dogs belong to my uncle. So both of these dogs means there are two dogs and they both belong to my uncle. The next one, teacher says, which one of you two wrote this on the board? And the two students reply, neither of us. It was another boy. So the structure neither of plus the pronoun us. And finally, are either of Tina's sisters tall like her? So the structure we have either of plus the possessive Tina's. So the questioner is asking, out of Tina's two sisters, are any of them tall like her? Now the next structure is a bit more simple, but it's very, very useful. The structure is both something plus and something. For example, both China and India are becoming more and more powerful. So you can see we've used both before the two things we're mentioning. I mentioned China and India. These are the two things I'm talking about. And remember, both is positive. The second example says, I play both football and rugby. So again, the two things I'm mentioning are football and rugby. This structure is very common in English, and it's really, really good for making yourself sound more fluent and upgrading your English. The next one is very, very similar. The structure is neither something plus nor something. So it's similar to both and, but this one is negative. Remember, neither is a negative form. So look at the first example. Neither Jane nor Sally came to the party last night. I was disappointed. So this means Jane and Sally didn't come to the party. So remember, it's negative. So neither means they didn't come. Nor is basically the negative version of or. And the second example says, for me, baseball is neither fun nor exciting. So remember, neither is negative. That means for me, baseball isn't fun and it isn't exciting. So I don't like baseball. And finally, either something plus or something. So this is similar to the previous one, neither nor, but this is positive. So the husband says, what shall we do today? the wife replies, "We can either visit my parents or go and watch a movie." So remember, either is a choice of two things. The choice is visit my parents or watch a movie. And the second example says, "I think either Germany or Brazil will win the World Cup." So the two choices that I'm making are Germany or Brazil. One of them will win the World Cup, in my opinion. There we go, both neither and either. It was quite a long lecture, lots of information to take in, but if you learn these three structures, you will upgrade your English very, very quickly and significantly. So move on to the next lecture. I'll see you there. These are some of the things that we need to note when we're using both neither and either. So we're targeting three structures, remember. So there are a few things we need to note. Again, have your pen and paper ready to take some notes. Let's look at the first thing. When you use both of, you can also simply use both. So remember, both of was one of the structures that we looked at, but we can simply use both. Look at these two sentences. Both of the smartphones are using the latest technology. This is a good sentence. We can also omit of if we wish. We can simply say, both the smartphones are using the latest technology. Both of these sentences are good. Now the next thing we have to note is that you can use both, neither, and either alone if your intended meaning is clear. So this means we don't have to use a whole sentence using these words. We can simply say the word if the meaning is clear. Here's an example. The dad says, "Do you want a chocolate bar or an ice cream?" The child simply replies, "Both." That means, I want both of them. Do you see? So the dad gave the child a choice. Do you want a chocolate bar or an ice cream? So he gave him a choice of two things, but the child says both. In other words, he wants the chocolate bar and the ice cream. And here is another example using neither. So Jill says, "Will you have a glass of wine or a beer?" Henry replies, "Neither. I'm driving, so I'll just have a glass of juice, thanks." So originally he simply said neither. That means I want neither of them. Remember, neither is negative, so he's saying I don't want wine or beer. Thank you. And here's one more example using either. Tom says, "I'm booking the hotel for our trip. Which one shall we stay at? This one or this one?" And Carol replies, "Either. I really don't mind." So this simply means either of them is fine. She's trying to say, you can choose this one or this one. I don't mind. I will let you choose. Because remember, either is a choice between two things. So Carol is trying to say, you choose. I'm happy with either one. And the final thing to note is this. Either is positive and neither is negative. We can use a negative word with either to mean neither. So it sounds a bit confusing, but have a look at this example. It will make it much clearer. I can say, I was invited to 2 weddings, but I couldn't go to either of them. So this means that I couldn't go to any of the weddings. Now, the second sentence is exactly the same meaning. It says, I was invited to 2 weddings, but I could go to neither of them. These sentences mean the same thing. It means I couldn't go to any of the 2 weddings. Those are the things that you need to note. Now you should move on to the speaking and listening practice lectures. They will take your level of understanding higher, and you will train your brain to master these 3 structures. See you in the next lecture. Speaking practice for both, neither, and either. Listen to the sentence, then pause the video and repeat after me. Think about the structure we studied. Train your brain to master both, neither, and either. Let's get started. I neither watch the news nor read newspapers. There are too many negative stories. When do you leave? Is it Saturday or Sunday? Neither. I leave on Monday. We can either go swimming or ice skating. Which do you prefer? It's both hot and humid here in France. I am constantly using the air conditioner. Hi, Gary. I tried to visit you twice last week, but both times you were out. Neither I nor my wife drives. We use the public transport to get around. The puppy we found was both hungry and cold. We looked after it, and now it's at full strength. When I visited Spain, I stayed with a Spanish couple, but neither of them spoke English, so it was very difficult to communicate. Jack and Tony said they would meet us here, but I can't see either of them. Perhaps they're late. The new boss is fantastic. He's both kind and hard-working, so he already feels part of the team. Thankfully, neither of the girls was injured, but both of them were taken to the hospital to be on the safe side. The strange man we met today really scared me. He neither said anything nor smiled. What's the name of the new guy at work? I've forgotten. I've forgotten too. I think his name is either Michael or Matthew. Hi, John. Both Linda and Tina are on holiday this week, so we need to cover their work. Do you prefer doing Linda's or Tina's work? Either. I don't mind what I do. It's so hot. Please turn on both fans so we can cool this place down. Sarah and Paul's baby twins were born last night. Both of them are very healthy, and neither of them has their father's grey hair. I tried on the 2 wedding dresses, but neither of them fitted. I'll have to choose another. We don't have much time before the movie starts, so we can either quickly eat a sandwich now or eat at a restaurant after. Mum is really sick today, and I have some work to do. Either you or your brother has to cook dinner. Why don't we both do it? Then it will get done quicker. Lee looked at both cars, but he didn't like either of them. Listening practice for both, neither, and either. Listen to me say the sentence, then pause the video and write down what you hear. Press play to see the text on the screen and check your answer. Train your brain to master both, neither, and either. Let's get started. Hi, Neil. Hi, Fiona. Let me get both of you a drink. What will you have? Hi, Neil. Hi, Fiona. Let me get both of you a drink. What will you have? So, let's talk about your skills. Do you speak any other languages? Yes, I speak both French and Arabic fluently, and I also speak a little German. So, let's talk about your skills. Do you speak any other languages? Yes, I speak both French and Arabic fluently, and I also speak a little German. Do you want anything from the shop? Yes, I want something sweet for dessert. Buy either a chocolate cake or some strawberry ice cream. Do you want anything from the shop? Yes, I want something sweet for dessert. Buy either a chocolate cake or some strawberry ice cream. North and South Korea fought a devastating war. Both countries have now stopped fighting, but still remain enemies. North and South Korea fought a devastating war. Both countries have now stopped fighting, but still remain enemies. We aren't going to the party next week. Neither are we. We are so busy with work. We aren't going to the party next week. Neither are we. We are so busy with work. I'm not sure if I will have children in the future. I have neither the patience nor the energy to look after them. I'm not sure if I will have children in the future. I have neither the patience nor the energy to look after them. I think either the yellow dress or the green dress would be the best choice. You're right. Actually, I'll take both. I think either the yellow dress or the green dress would be the best choice. You're right. Actually, I'll take both. Neither of you did your homework again. I'll have to call both your parents. Please don't call our parents, sir. Either give us detention or make us do double homework tonight. Neither of you did your homework again. I'll have to call both your parents. Please don't call our parents, sir. Either give us detention or make us do double homework tonight. I'm so bored that I really want to go out somewhere. I'm either going to visit my friend Jack or go to the gym. I'm so bored that I really want to go out somewhere. I'm either going to visit my friend Jack or go to the gym. The target structure for this lecture is even. Even is a word that has different meanings, but we're going to focus on one particular meaning in this lecture. It's a very, very useful meaning. It's one that can improve your English very, very quickly. Let's have a look at the example sentence and the meaning. Amy has travelled a lot. She has even visited the Antarctic and North Korea. The word in bold, even, is to show surprise or something unusual or not normal. Someone visiting the Antarctic and North Korea is both surprising and unusual. That's the key with this structure. It's to show your feeling, to show that you're surprised, something is unusual, or that something is strange, not normal. Okay? So it can be very positive, or it can be slightly negative, depending on the situation and the sentence. Let me give you an example. My friend has met many, many famous people. He has even met Bill Gates. So this information is quite surprising because to meet Bill Gates is quite unusual and quite rare. So it's very surprising and interesting information. So I can say, my friend has even met Bill Gates. So when we want to show some surprising information, we can use even. So it's surprising, unusual, or strange. Notice as well the emphasis I give behind the word even. We don't say, he has even met Bill Gates in a flat tone. We emphasize the word even because we're showing emotion. We're showing that the information is surprising or unusual. So listen again. My friend has met so many people, so many famous people. He has even met Bill Gates. Can you hear the emphasis? He has even met Bill Gates. So use your voice to show emphasis and emotion behind the word. Now, let's look at the structures for even. First of all, even should be used before the words that you want to show are surprising. It can be used in a variety of places in the sentence. Here are a couple of examples. Mary loves singing. She even sings when she's sleeping. So you can see the surprising information is that she sings when she's sleeping. So put even just before the surprising information. You see? The first sentence, Mary loves singing, is not surprising. The second sentence is surprising. She sings when she's sleeping. So then we use even before the verb sing. She even sings when she's sleeping. The second sentence says, Patrick works every day, even on Sundays. So here we're trying to say that someone who works on Sundays is a very hard worker. It's quite unusual. Sunday is usually a day of rest. People usually take at least 1 or 2 days off per week. But Patrick works every day, even on Sundays. So the speaker is trying to emphasize this is surprising. Here is one more example of even. Michael says, "What's the capital of the USA?" And Paul replies, "It's Washington, D.C. Even I know that, and I'm terrible at geography." So why did Paul use even in this position? He's saying even because if he knows the answer to this question, it's surprising because he's very bad at geography. He's very bad at locating places on the map. So if he knows the answer, that is very, very surprising. He's trying to emphasize that his friend is a bit silly because even Paul knows the answer. And finally, the negative structure for even. Even is usually placed after the negative word. So here are 2 examples. Nobody knows who stole our car. We don't even know if it's still in this country. So here you can see even comes after the negative. Do not, don't. So why is this information surprising? Well, someone stole their car and they have no idea where the car is or who stole it. They don't even know if the car is still in the country. Perhaps the person who stole the car drove to another country and has escaped with the car. So that's quite surprising information. We don't even know if it's still in the country. The second example reads, I am the worst cook in the world. I can't even make toast. So this person is saying that they are a very bad cook. They're terrible at cooking food. And what's surprising about the second sentence? I can't even make toast, because toast is extremely easy to make. You just put a piece of bread in the toaster and you wait for it to toast. But they're just joking. They're trying to say, I'm so bad at cooking, I can't even make toast. So it's surprising. If someone can't make toast, that's really bad. Just remember, even is always used to show surprise or something unusual, something strange. So you're giving some emotion to the following words that you say. Now, the next lecture is very important, the things to note. Make sure you watch it, because there are really important things about even that you need to make sure you understand. See you in the next lecture. There's one really important thing we need to make sure we understand when we use even. Let's have a look at this note. We usually say a sentence or statement before using a sentence with even. It would be strange to simply say, I even visited North Korea. We need to give some context and information before using even. This is much better. I visited some interesting places last year. I even visited North Korea. It's important you understand this thing to note. When you use even, don't just say a sentence with even and nothing else. So it would be really strange if I just said, my friend has even met Bill Gates. If that's the only thing I said, it will be strange. We need to have some context beforehand. We need to give some information about what I'm going to say before. So if I want to use that sentence, I would have to say something like, my friend has met so many famous people. He has even met Bill Gates. Do you see? So I gave some context or information before I used the sentence with even. This is really, really important. Otherwise, you will sound strange just saying a sentence with even. Okay? So that's important to note, important to remember. When you move on to the speaking and listening exercises, you will start to pick this up and start to train your brain to master these rules. So I'll see you in the next lectures. Speaking practice for even. Listen to the sentence, then pause the video and repeat after me. Think about the structure we studied. Train your brain to master even. Let's begin. After the accident, the man's memory was erased. He couldn't even remember his wife. I usually hate art, but even I enjoyed the gallery. It was quite interesting. We saw so many wonderful animals on our trip to Africa. We even saw a rare rhino that is almost extinct. Gemma loves pink. She has a pink room, pink clothes, and pink shoes. She even has a pink car. Lisa's child is so clever. She's so smart that she could even read when she was 2 years old. The man next door always wears a coat. He even wears it during the summer. The hotel we went to was incredible. We even had a sauna and hot tub in our suite. My new smartphone is really advanced. It can even tell me how many calories I have burned today. The staff at the restaurant were really bad. They didn't even ask us if we wanted a drink. I want to join the gym because I am extremely unfit. I can't even run for 1 minute. The woman disappeared without telling anyone, not even her husband. Sam has met so many famous people. He has even met Bill Gates. The dog chewed all the stuff in my room and ruined everything. It even bit my smartphone and broke it. Sir Richard Branson is so rich that he even has his own private island. The guests are arriving soon, and you haven't done anything. You haven't even prepared the food. The internet is rapidly changing the way we study and learn. We can even take university courses online. "5 years ago, we had no money. We didn't even have enough money to buy new clothes. Jack, these answers are all wrong. Even a baby could answer these questions correctly. Listening practice 4 even. Listen to me say the sentence, then pause the video and write down what you hear. Press play to see the text on the screen and check your answer. Train your brain to master even. Let's get started. The view from our new apartment in New York is spectacular. We can even see the Statue of Liberty from our window. The view from our new apartment in New York is spectacular. We can even see the Statue of Liberty from our window. The weather really ruined our trip. We couldn't even go outside because of the heavy rain and storms. The weather really ruined our trip. We couldn't even go outside because of the heavy rain and storms. Tim, you are always eating food, even when you aren't hungry. Tim, you are always eating food, even when you aren't hungry. Anthony has tried so many interesting and unusual foods. He has even eaten insects. Anthony has tried so many interesting and unusual foods. He has even eaten insects. You're very brave and daring doing a skydive. Is there anything you won't do? No, I'll try anything once. I have even swum with sharks before. You're very brave and daring doing a skydive. Is there anything you won't do? No, I'll try anything once. I have even swum with sharks before. The curry you cooked was amazing. Even Daniel liked it, and he usually hates curry. The curry you cooked was amazing. Even Daniel liked it, and he usually hates curry. Neil loses everything. He even lost his wedding ring once. Neil loses everything. He even lost his wedding ring once. My son is so ambitious. He wants to become a scientist, a firefighter, and an astronaut. He even wants to become the President of the USA. My son is so ambitious. He wants to become a scientist, a firefighter, and an astronaut. He even wants to become the President of the USA. My wife forgets so many things that I sometimes can't believe it. She even forgot my birthday last week. My wife forgets so many things that I sometimes can't believe it. She even forgot my birthday last week. Paul's cooking is so bad that even the dog didn't want to eat it. Paul's cooking is so bad that even the dog didn't want to eat it. This room is really strange. Even in the summer, or even with the heating on, it's cold. This room is really strange. Even in the summer, or even with the heating on, it's cold. We had a fantastic meal today at the Chinese restaurant. We even got some free food and drinks because I know one of the staff. We had a fantastic meal today at the Chinese restaurant. We even got some free food and drinks because I know one of the staff. The target structure for this lecture is phrasal verbs with in and out. We're going to look at some phrasal verbs in this lecture. Now, before we start, if you don't know what a phrasal verb is, it's a phrase which contains a verb plus a preposition. For example, the phrase sit down is a phrasal verb because sit is a verb and down is a preposition. So whenever you see this structure, verb and preposition, it's probably a phrasal verb. In English, there are hundreds and hundreds. For example, sit down, stand up, go out, look down. These are all phrasal verbs. These are quite easy ones, but there are also some more challenging ones, which are difficult to figure out what the meaning is. We're going to look at a few in this lecture. We're going to look at phrasal verbs that contain in and out. Let's look at the first ones. So these two contain the preposition in. So the first phrasal verb is move in. Move in means start to live in a new house. For example, I've just bought a new apartment. I'm moving in on Friday. So this means the person is going to start living in her new house on Friday. The next phrasal verb is drop in. Drop in means go to see someone or go somewhere for a short time. For example, let's drop in to see Chris on the way home. So this means let's visit Chris on the way home for a short time. These are the next phrasal verbs. Plug in. This means connect an electrical supply to a machine. For example, the husband says, "The washing machine isn't working." The wife replies, "Because it isn't plugged in, silly." The next phrasal verb is break into, which means to illegally enter and steal something. For example, someone broke into my house while we were on holiday. The next phrasal verbs, join in, means start playing in an activity or sport. Greg says, "Hi, can I join in with your game?" Wesley replies, "Of course, you can play on our team." So join in means to start playing an activity or sport. Eat out means eat at a restaurant, not at home. I'm too tired to cook today. Let's eat out. Here are the next two phrasal verbs. Drop out. This means stop going to school or university before you complete your studies. So it means stop going to school or university early. Steve Jobs and Mark Zuckerberg dropped out of university before becoming hugely successful businessmen. So Steve Jobs and Mark Zuckerberg stopped going to university before they finished their studies. Fill out means to complete a form. The example is, please fill out this document so that you can open your new bank account. So fill out means to write on a document, write your name, address, phone number, etc. Fill out. And here are the last two phrasal verbs. Cut out means eliminate or stop doing something. I'm going to cut out chocolate for a few weeks to try and lose weight. So cut out usually refers to a food or sometimes something bad that we should stop doing. And finally, figure out. This means find the answer to a problem. I finally figured out this puzzle. It took me hours. So those are the phrasal verbs we're going to focus on. There are 10 phrasal verbs. Some of them are easier than others. So for example, eat out. This means to eat at a restaurant instead of eating at home. It's quite logical when you think about the structure eat and out. Other phrasal verbs are a bit more tricky to solve. For example, figure out. Figure out means to solve a problem, to get the answer. And cut out. Cut out has 2 or 3 meanings in English. One meaning is to use a scissors and to cut out a picture. But the meaning we're focusing on is something different. It means to stop doing something bad. For example, I'm going to cut out chocolate because I'm getting fat. Or I'm going to cut out junk food because it's too unhealthy. So you'll start to train your brain to master these phrasal verbs in the speaking and listening section. Now let's quickly look at the structure of phrasal verbs. So I mentioned earlier the basic structure is verb plus a preposition. So prepositions could be, for example, in, out, on, down, up, etc. For example, everyone stood up and walked out of the room. That's the basic structure, but remember we're focusing on the phrasal verbs that contain in and out, so that we can just start to master the structure and train our brain to understand the meanings of these phrasal verbs. So move on to the next lecture. I'll see you there. Here are some things to note for the phrasal verbs we're focusing on and phrasal verbs in general. Remember I said there are hundreds and hundreds in English. These are some things that you have to note. So as I said, there are hundreds, probably thousands of phrasal verbs in English. Some more common than others. The ones in this lecture are very commonly used. Some phrasal verbs in English are very logical and easy to understand. For example, stand up, sit down. But some are more difficult to understand without knowing the meaning. For example, drop out and figure out. Remember, drop out means to stop studying at school or university early. And figure out means to find out the answer to a problem. Here's the next thing that you should note. A phrasal verb can also be followed by another preposition, depending on the following noun. So the basic structure of a phrasal verb is verb plus preposition, but there can be another preposition after. For example, sit down on the chair. On is the extra preposition because we're sitting on the chair. Another example is run away from the man. So sometimes, depending on the following noun and the meaning, we can add another preposition to the phrasal verb. And finally, phrasal verbs can change tense just like other verbs. You only need to change the first part, the verb of the phrasal verb. For example, the phrasal verb pick up can change tense to picking up, picked up, and have picked up. Those are just a few things for you to remember and note for using phrasal verbs. Now, the speaking and listening practice is next. Make sure you complete those lectures and download the MP3s so that you can train your brain to master phrasal verbs with in and out. Speaking practice for these phrasal verbs. Listen to the sentence, then pause the video and repeat after me. Think about the structure we studied. Train your brain to master these phrasal verbs. Let's get started. The company is moving in to its new offices next month. It's going to be a really busy period. Hi, Jack. Can I drop in to talk about something later? Sure. What time do you want to come? Don't plug in the hairdryer. I think it has a problem, so it could be dangerous. Paul didn't want to join in with class activities today. Is he feeling okay? The professional criminals broke into the bank and stole more than $1 million in cash. What would you like for your birthday dinner tonight? Let's eat out at the Chinese buffet restaurant. Studying at university and working at the same time is very tiring, but I'm not going to drop out. I'm determined to finish my studies. Hello, madam. Please fill out this form and we can open your account today. My daughter has a skin allergy, so we decided to cut out dairy products from her diet. It might help. Sir, I can't figure out the answer to question 4. Could you please help me? John and I are having some problems with the business, but we're figuring out how to solve them. I told Jane to cut out Facebook because she's using it too much. Sir, would you please fill out this short questionnaire? It will only take 1 minute to complete. I dropped out of school when I was just 13, but I managed to turn my life around and start my own business. We need to stop eating out so often. It's costing too much money. Oh my God, call the police! Someone is breaking into that car over there. Hey, Matthew, don't just sit on the side. Come and join in our game. Can you plug in my phone? The battery is dead. Listening practice for these phrasal verbs. Listen to me say the sentence, then pause the video and write down what you hear. Press play to see the text on the screen and check your answer. Train your brain to master these phrasal verbs. Let's begin. We dropped into the library to return the books. We dropped into the library to return the books. Tina is moving in with me next week. Wow, your relationship with her is getting serious. Tina is moving in with me next week. Wow, your relationship with her is getting serious. I am taking night classes at the local college, but I'm thinking about dropping out. It's not a very useful course for me. I am taking night classes at the local college, but I'm thinking about dropping out. It's not a very useful course for me. Brenda is being really strange lately, but she won't tell me why. I just can't figure out what's wrong with her. Brenda is being really strange lately, but she won't tell me why. I just can't figure out what's wrong with her. Look at this funny story. The thieves broke into a bank, but got locked inside. The police came an hour later and arrested them. Look at this funny story. The thieves broke into a bank, but got locked inside. The police came an hour later and arrested them. We are going to have a big housewarming party at our new house after we move in. Will you come? We are going to have a big housewarming party at our new house after we move in. Will you come? When I lived in Thailand, I often ate out because it was so cheap compared to London. When I lived in Thailand, I often ate out because it was so cheap compared to London. How was Mark's first day at school? He really loved it. He joined in with all the class activities and made lots of new friends. How was Mark's first day at school? He really loved it. He joined in with all the class activities and made lots of new friends. Would you like a cup of tea or coffee? Coffee, please, but no sugar. My dentist told me to cut out sugar. Would you like a cup of tea or coffee? Coffee, please, but no sugar. My dentist told me to cut out sugar. I need an adapter to plug in my laptop. Do you have one? I need an adapter to plug in my laptop. Do you have one? Excuse me, sir. You filled out this section incorrectly. Please do it again. Excuse me, sir. You filled out this section incorrectly. Please do it again. Hi, Terry. Can you drop in sometime today for a few minutes? I have got a present for you. Hi, Terry. Can you drop in sometime today for a few minutes? I have got a present for you. The target structure for this lecture is must. I'm sure you've heard this grammar structure before. It's not the common meaning. It's the other one, the less common one. So when we say must, there are two meanings. The first one means something similar to have to. So if I talk to my child, I say, you must finish your homework. This is similar to have to. You have to finish your homework. It's an imperative. However, the focus of this lecture is another meaning of must. It's not the one I just said, it's another one. Let's look at the meaning right now. So look at this example. Paul works from 8 a.m. until 10 p.m. 14 hours a day. He must get so tired. So the words in bold indicate that you believe something is true or certain. You could be wrong, but your belief is that it's true. This meaning of must, as I said, is very different to the meaning we mentioned earlier. It doesn't mean you have to do something. It means I think, I guess this is true, based on some evidence that I can see. So in the example I just gave, I said Paul works from 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. That's a very long time. And then I said he must get so tired. Now, this is what I think to be true. Maybe it's not true. Maybe Paul doesn't get tired. Maybe he's a very energetic person. Maybe he likes work and doesn't get very tired. But when I heard the information, he works from 8 to 10, I guessed that he gets tired. So I can say he must get tired. This really means I think it's true that he gets tired, but I could be wrong. You see? Let me give you another example. Imagine I see someone who looks very, very fit and healthy. They have a good body. They're very muscular. What do I guess from this evidence? Imagine I've never met them before. Well, I can guess this person exercises a lot. I can guess he eats good food, like fruit and vegetables. I can guess he's generally a very healthy person. So with this evidence, I can use must. So I can say, wow, you must exercise every day. You must go to the gym a lot. You must eat healthy food all the time. You see? So all these things are really guesses. I'm guessing that this is true, or I think that this is true. Okay? So remember, this is not to say you have to do something. It's to say, I think that this thing is true based on some evidence that I can see. Now, let's look at the structure for this particular grammar. We use a subject, for example, I, he, she, it, we, you, they, plus must, plus be, plus an adjective. For example, you must be hungry. Let me make you a sandwich. So in this example, you must be hungry. Again, I'm guessing, I'm assuming that this is true. So imagine I sit down with my friend and I hear his tummy making a noise. His tummy is rumbling. What can I guess based on this evidence? I can guess that he's hungry. So I can say, you must be hungry. Let me make you a sandwich. Here is another structure for this grammar. We use a subject again, I, he, she, it, etc., plus must, plus be, plus an ing verb. For example, look, there's John driving his car. He must be going to work. And another very common structure is like this. The subject again, I, he, she, it, etc., plus must, plus a basic verb. So I can say, you are from England. You must drink lots of tea. In this example, I meet someone for the first time and he tells me that he's from England. So I say, wow, you're from England? You must drink lots of tea. So this is my guess based on the information that he's given me. So he told me he's from England. I know in England lots of people like to drink tea. So I say, you must drink lots of tea. You see? So it's a guess based on the evidence that I have. Now there's another structure that we can use. It's the past structure. Let's have a look at that now. If we want to talk about the past, we use this structure. A subject, I, he, she, it, etc., plus must, plus have, plus been, plus an adjective. For example, John must have been asleep when I called him. He sounded very tired. This is the past structure. So in the example I just gave, I said, John must have been asleep when I called him because he sounded tired. So based on the evidence, he sounded tired, I can guess that he must have been asleep when I called him. So we use the past tense like this. Must have been plus an adjective. There's another structure as well that we can use. Here it is. So we can say I, he, she, it, plus must, plus have, plus been, plus an ing verb. So for example, I must have been sleeping when you knocked on the door because I didn't hear it. And there's one more past structure. It goes like this. I, he, she, it, plus must, plus have, plus a past participle verb, such as gone, eaten, known, etc. For example, I feel so sick. I must have eaten something bad yesterday. That's the meaning and structure for must. Just remember, the present form we use must, the past form we use must have. And the meaning is, based on some evidence, I believe this is true. It means I could be wrong, but I guess and I think that this is true. Now move on to the next lecture, the things to note, and then you can move on to the speaking and listening practice exercises. I'll see you in the next lecture. Just a couple of things to note for this structure. Here's the first one, the very important difference between the two meanings of must. So don't confuse this meaning of must with the other meaning. Notice the difference. You worked so hard today. You must be really tired. This meaning is, I believe that this is true. Look at the second example. You worked so hard today. You must take a rest right now. This meaning is you have to do this. So it's very important to distinguish the difference of meaning between the two versions of must. The first one that we're covering in this lecture is I believe this is true based on the evidence. The other meaning of must is have to. Okay? So make sure you keep this in mind. Now there's one more thing we need to note. Have a look. When we use the past structure, we can contract it like this. Must have can become must have. For example, I lost my scarf today. I must have left it on the bus. When we use the past form of must, we can contract must and have to must have. Must have. We use this in spoken English especially. Now move on to the practice exercises. Start to train your brain to master this grammar structure. See you there. Speaking practice for must. Listen to what I say, then pause the video and repeat after me. Think about the structure we studied. Train your brain to master must. Let's begin. The heating is off. You must be so cold in here. Let me turn it on. That restaurant is always full of people. We should visit sometime. Yeah, it must serve excellent food. Paul seems really stressed these days. What's wrong with him? He must be going through a hard time with his business. I think it's having problems. The neighbors must have gone on holiday. Their house has been empty for a week now. This meal is wonderful, George. It must have taken a long time to prepare it. I couldn't see the meteor shower in the sky last night. I must have been looking in the wrong place. Lisa and I just got back from Poland. You must have had a wonderful time there. I heard it's beautiful. Where's the credit card? I can't find it. You must have it. I gave it to you when we left the house. Do you know this song? You must have heard it before. It's so popular. Rita's new house is right next to a busy airport. It must be so noisy there. Listening practice for must. Listen to what I say, then pause the video and write down what you hear. Press play to see the text on the screen and check your answer. Train your brain to master must. Let's begin. Harry is 30 minutes late. He must be stuck in traffic. Harry is 30 minutes late. He must be stuck in traffic. How old is the new employee? He looks very young. I know. He must be less than 20. I think he is still at university. How old is the new employee? He looks very young. I know. He must be less than 20. I think he is still at university. You arrived here quickly. You must have driven very fast. You arrived here quickly. You must have driven very fast. Bob and Sally are always travelling and spending lots of money. They must be quite rich. Bob and Sally are always travelling and spending lots of money. They must be quite rich. I didn't see Michael at the party last night. I thought he was coming. I thought so too. He must have been doing something else last night. I didn't see Michael at the party last night. I thought he was coming. I thought so too. He must have been doing something else last night. The neighbours are putting suitcases into their car. They must be going on holiday today. The neighbours are putting suitcases into their car. They must be going on holiday today. It rained almost every day on our holiday. Oh no, that must have been terrible. It rained almost every day on our holiday. Oh no, that must have been terrible. I wonder if Tony is at home. His lights are on at home, so he must be in. I wonder if Tony is at home. His lights are on at home, so he must be in. Joe, you have so many books in your house. You and your wife must read a lot. Joe, you have so many books in your house. You and your wife must read a lot. My friend Paul has 2 degrees, one from Oxford and one from Cambridge. Wow, he must be so smart. My friend Paul has 2 degrees, one from Oxford and one from Cambridge. Wow, he must be so smart.